it's chat number 4. And we established yesterday that what you have is that between Sergeant Nkosi and your Deputy Commissioner, Umashi Dlamini, Umashi Dlamini calls Sergeant Nkosi captain.
Yes, I see in
it seems as it seems. What you see is that this message is identical that is sent by your Deputy Commissioner through to Mnisi, but it's sent via Dlamini. It's via Sergeant Nkosi. You see that. And the point there is that now you're dealing with this current tender where there are service level agreements that have been signed. And that's that you've got Sergeant Nkosi interfering. Correct. And of course we can't cast aspersions as to what it is, but what we have established within the evidence of this commission is the relationship at the very least between Nkosi and figures like Madlanga.
Yes.
Correct. Now, please close those files because I don't want to go further than that. Or perhaps if we go to 456 or file 6. 456. You will also, and of course you were not involved in this, but I just want to point out the point, which is chat number 4 as well, which seems to be a list of what is missing in the Ngapesheya bid, it would seem, and it would also seem that it's being interfered with. It's more clear what is required and what is not, and that's essentially as far as I can take it with that point. Now, subsequently to this, then there's obviously concluding of the service level agreement.
Yes.
Can I ask you to release you, Chairperson, and the commissioners from those WhatsApps?
We close 5 and 6.
Yes.
All right.
If I may request the chair and the commissioners and the witness to please go to file 3, page 435.
3.
Yes, file 3.
Thank you.
Or perhaps let's start at 499. Apologies. 499. Right. Are you there, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm there.
At 499 is a service level agreement that was concluded between the city and El Shaddai Security Services. And I think in just the interest of time, that was in relation to this land invasion tender that was pursuant to that. Correct.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Now, at page 499, you are identified as the person to sign the agreement or representing the city,
That's correct.
correct? And yesterday you did testify that indeed you have the power to sign agreements,
Yes, I do have.
and that obviously involve your department.
That's correct.
Were you presented with these agreements? You went through them?
No, I was not presented with these agreements.
Okay. And do you know why?
I was not at work. I was on leave.
Okay. So if you go to page 525, there's a signature there, and it says peace.
Yes, that's correct. He was acting in my state.
He was acting
Yes,
in your
that's
state.
correct.
Okay. So, and obviously there's this agreement, and I don't intend to go through each of them. There's Gubis, there is Ngapesheya, and all of them. Chair, I don't intend, the same is replicated in the point.
Is that date correct? The date of signature, 14 January 25, it should be 26, right?
It should be 26.
It should be 26.
It should be 26. At the top there, that's the correct date, 15 January 2026.
But why do you say you were not presented with this agreement?
I was on leave, Commissioner.
No, I get that part. Even if you are on leave and you are chief of police, I mean, surely you would delegate to somebody who's acting, and you would be told that the agreements are ready for signature. I can't believe that when you're on leave, people can do as they please, and you come back and you say, well, because I was on leave, I wash my hands of what happened. You don't stop being chief of police because you're on leave.
Commissioner Kumalo, I'm not saying, I'm said that I did not sign this, and at that time, when I came back, I was briefed by Deputy
No,
Commissioner
but the
Spies.
question is, did you see them before they were signed? I understand that they were signed, because this is what happens with written agreements. They go back and forth because you get a document, it is typed, and people look at it to check that it complies with legal requirements, and the terms of the agreement are in accordance with the tender documents, and they generally reflect the services that are to be provided and fees that are to be paid. So the terms of the agreement. And that doesn't happen in a space of a month. There would be a back and forth with drafts being exchanged. The question that was put to you, was this presented to you? It may well be that on the date of signature by Spies, you were on leave and therefore you could not have signed. But it does not explain what happened before that. Were you aware that there were these draft agreements circulating, what they related to, and that at some point somebody from TMPD has to sign them?
Commissioner Kumalo, I have not seen the service level agreement before it was signed. No draft was sent to me. Nothing was sent to me to come back, to go through. I did not receive it. The only time is when I came back from my leave.
I mean, that is a red flag. It's worrying that these things could be happening and your department is responsible, and but for the leave, you would have had to sign it. And because you were on leave in January 2026, somebody who was acting in your stead signed them, and you only saw them after they were signed. I mean, that is a serious red flag for me.
Commissioner, you must know the service level agreement is drawn up by between the legal department and Office of the Group Financial Services, which is the CFO. So they actually draw up the service level agreement. That's why the legal department is also obviously with them to make sure, as you say, that it is legally compliant. However, I did not see this, and it's not that I'm abdicating my responsibility. I did not receive the service level agreement before I went on leave. That is a fact, and that is the truth.
But at least you would have been aware that this company was going to be appointed, but service level agreements were still being prepared at the Office of Legal and CFO. That part you would have been aware of. Or are you saying you only became aware that El Shaddai has been appointed and there's a service level agreement after it was signed?
Yes, Commissioner Kumalo, that is
Before
what I'm
that,
saying.
you were not
No,
aware that
Commissioner
there's a
Kumalo,
plan to
no.
appoint El Shaddai?
No, I was not aware of that. And I think, as I said yesterday, when the CFO is coming to this forum, I think those questions should be posed to him. I would prefer if that is the case. Because I'm here to tell my side and I'm here to tell the truth. I have not received the service level agreement beforehand to go through or to peruse. I have not received a list to say these are the successful service providers. This service level agreement came to the acting Commissioner of Police, and it was signed on the date that is there on the page, 14th or 15th of January, and then when I came back, it just did his hand over. That is the truth, and that is a fact.
Commissioner, perhaps an anterior question to this discussion with Commissioner Kumalo is, how does it work? You have signed other agreements as Chief of Police, or you've never?
No,
You never?
I didn't sign, because we only had 2 tenders, and then obviously we have the service animals one. But the security one, remember the security tender was withdrawn and re-advertised, and then this was the land invasion one. So I haven't signed the security level agreement, because that one, as you know, the only one that we are starting now since APSS came back to Metro Police is this one that we are currently busy with. The other one we were also busy with, however, but that one, as I said, was not approved, and we had to restart.
So should I understand your explanation to be, since you became Chief of Police in 2023?
2023, yes.
Yes. You've never had to sign any agreements in that, whatever agreement, as head of police? of
Not that
TMPD? You've never had
not
to.
that can come to mind now, Commissioner Baloy.
Okay.
There's
So you
nothing
can-
is coming to mind now.
Okay, so you can't speak about a process?
No,
that
no, no,
This is
I
how it
can't.
works normally?
No, but there's no that I can come to mind, or that there's nothing that anybody has sent a document to me beforehand.
Yeah.
And then, like Commissioner Kumalo has now alluded, and then say, here is the document, or these were the successful service providers, and then afterwards, that nothing of that comes to mind, Commissioner Baloy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. And that's the point that becomes problematic, Commissioner, which is that, which then makes one wonder about how do you then fulfill your obligations to manage the department? So if you are none the wiser about the agreements involving millions, how do you effectively manage the department, the police department? You see that someone could have that worry about yourself.
I do not agree with that statement. As I said, the processes after Metro Police's involvement stops. It is solely in the Department of Supply Chain Management. Unless we're going to, maybe through this commission, then change where there's gaps. If it is not the case that your involvement is there for drawing up SLAs and assisting with the SLAs, and you get a meeting request to be there, and you get the involvement where you must actually, here's the successful bidder, so you can have a question and answer before the service level agreement comes to your table. It cannot be said, if you are not being said you must be involved, or that you are not involved, that you have failed. I do not agree with that statement. I think from this commission, we can maybe say that is a gap, and let us make sure in future municipalities, you do it the other way around, so that we can't sit with this. But I cannot sit here and agree with something that it said that I should have known, if that part, they don't even involve you. If it's a part where group legal services and group financial services, if that is their role, and we see it as a gap because of why we're sitting here, we should then say, let us then, and it will also be my recommendation, let us then say, until here, yes, we don't want interference from the subject experts. However, once that process is done, and it becomes that way, the subject experts should also then have a type of also checklist and maybe move forward. So I will rather say let us do that, because I cannot sit here and then it said, if my involvement is not there, that I should have. So I do not accept that comment, and I will rather say moving forward, let us make sure that before this is even drawn up, that the involvement of the department that is going to make use of that goods and services should be also there. So I will prefer that we moving forward, that will be then part of the recommendations.
Correct. Thanks. Commissioners, just for completeness, it's the appointment to Commissioner Spies to be in acting position is found at 435 of the same file. So, in essence, had you not been, I think Commissioner Kumalo was raising that point, had you not been on leave, you were going to sign these agreements.
What I normally do, I do not let people just come and drop things at my office. I can promise you that. If I don't have time to read through it, I will not sign it. Because what I picked up, people will know you are on your way out on meetings, because they are in contact with your secretaries and say, is the chief available? And then if you want to go out by the door, they want to come with the documents. I've picked that up and I refuse to sign. Even if you say to me, it's the last day, they'd like to come and say, this is the last day. Then I said, you should have planned better. Your lack of planning is not my emergency. I would rather read through it, and I always send documents back if I'm not sure, or somebody must come sit with me. I want to ask my questions, because I know once your signature is there, you cannot say that I was running out of the door and this person came to me and said, you must sign. So I can tell you I would have gone through the document, and if there was questions, then obviously I would, if there's no attachments that I want to see, and how did you come to that point, I would have asked those questions. I'm not saying that Deputy Commissioner Spies hasn't done it, but I'm just saying. But I would have gone through the document.
And subsequently.
Sorry, just for the record, you refer us to page 435, Mr. Skakane. I just want to place it on record that looking at the letter of appointment there, the acting stint was for 2 days. Am I correct? 15 and 16 January 2026.
No, it is on this letter, but there's another acting letter from, I think, the 19th of December until the 14th, and then there was this 2 days that was extended. We
So
can
is
provide
that-
that. We can provide that letter as
So
well.
the 2 days I'm seeing here
This is just additional.
is additional?
Yes.
Oh, thank you,
Thank you, Chairperson.
thank you.
And obviously, do you know, just out of curiosity, why was there a rush to sign this agreement, especially when you are not at the office?
No, I wouldn't know that. It can be a coincidence, or it can
Coincidence.
be because, but I don't want to speculate.
Yes, yes, yes. And subsequently, have you familiarized yourself and are happy with the agreements?
Yes, I read through it.
And you're happy with them?
I read through the agreement, and the Deputy Commissioner, when he did his handover, he was, at the time when it was, when he went through it, he was happy with it. So, as I said, that he handed over to me, and then he did explain to me, and then obviously he had to tell me what he has signed, what he has done in my absence, so that I can be aware of it.
I'm asking a different question, whether you are happy with them, having gone through them or gotten a briefing from Commissioner Spies.
I was satisfied that he has signed and he has checked it, because it came from legal services as well.
Mr. Skakane, I wanted to ask you, not Commissioner Farrow, a question. You said the SLAs all look the same, so we don't have to go through all of them. My question is, the entities that were appointed, do they mirror the list that Sergeant Nkosi was exchanging with Dlamini and Nisi?
Commissioner, not entirely, but the three entities that would be El Shaddai, Ngapesheya, and later on Kubis are
They
there.
are all there.
Correct.
Because he had them, he said, my preferred in the order of
At
preference.
some point, correct.
And then he listed them.
Correct. So the point that I concentrate is just a sample being the three entities. And Commissioner Faro, just to follow up on what Commissioner Kumalo is raising, with hindsight, and obviously knowing the apparent, let me not call it interference, but the apparent interference, you would note, it would raise a red flag that obviously these entities, with hindsight, of course, are some of them are the ones that were shared with Sergeant Nkosi. Correct.
As you know that this WhatsApp is coming to our attention now.
Correct. Yes.
Unfortunately, I was not in that WhatsApp group. So it's come to the attention now. We must remember there's a supply chain management process where people must comply with certain, and there's a checklist. So I think, as I said again, how they came to that companies and did they comply and the evidence if they comply, those things will be with the Chief Financial Officer. So if he comes to this commissioner, I think it is better if you maybe drill into that and maybe question him in that regard. Because at the end of the day, the documents and the checks and balances and make sure that all the companies comply is part of his portfolio. So after they've done the checks and balances, obviously they feel that the service level agreement must be drawn up because these companies has met the requirements. So if there is maybe in hindsight, through the WhatsApps that came to our attention, mine yesterday and to this morning, there is names there, then obviously that question must be posed to the CFO, who is the person that is part of his portfolio.
And certainly, I think they are, what I was just raising as a question was whether to you it would raise a red flag that you've got someone external that gives the CFO. at
Definitely,
least.
definitely, I
That's
agree.
just my
No,
question
definitely, I agree
hindsight.
with you. As I also yesterday strongly alluded to it, that this is unacceptable. He's not even working for the city of Tshwane. He's not even in the supply chain management environment of the city of Tshwane. He is a South African Police Service sergeant. It is very, very worrying that he could give guidance or he could actually preferred companies is unacceptable.
Can I just ask on this? We know from your evidence, but also from media reports that we can take note of, that there's been suspensions of the CFO. We know that Dlamini, Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is also on suspension. You've also testified to consequence management
Yes.
processes. Now, the evidence through Sergeant Nkosi,
Yes.
and some of which you've covered with Mr. Skakane, is you've got those three companies. We're
Yes,
talking
Commissioner.
about this land
Yes.
tender, right? So you've got those, you say, I think he says El Shaddai, Ngapesheya,
Yes.
and later Gubis
Gubis, 85,
become,
yes.
they get awarded these tenders. Now, we know from Sergeant Nkosi's evidence that Ngapesheya belongs to his brother, according to him. It's a company that belongs to his brother. We also know from that evidence that Commissioner Dlamini, Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, seems to have been involved in advising about the Ngapesheya tender, where he didn't comply, advising this is how you fix it, we need this and that to be fixed. That's the evidence that has been presented to us. I give you that as the background to my question. My question is, together with these suspensions that have been publicized, is there an investigation presently within the city and or TMPD that's looking at whether these tenders were properly awarded, as in, for example, did Ngapeshe meet the requirements for appointment? Does El Shaddai meet the requirements for appointment? Are there those kind of investigations happening, or people have just been suspended and we'll see how it plays out?
Obviously, by my side, Commissioner Below, yes. In terms of the city, I'm sure the city is busy with that investigation as well. Under the GAR group audit and risk, they are busy with it. But by my side, like I said yesterday, we are busy with all that investigations in terms of TMPD.
Maybe let me limit you to just TMPD then. So what you're doing in TMPD, you're not just doing the normal disciplinary processes where Piri has been suspended and he will go through a disciplinary hearing. Are you investigating the tenders themselves?
Yes, I do. I am busy. Because the information that obviously that I got through my being a witness, I've got enough information, and then also as the evidence leader has alluded to, yes, we are looking at that as well. We are also want to look at how the, as I said with the CFO, we require that information in terms of the point system, the documents, all of that we are also looking at. We must, because I cannot just look at the one side. If I want to do consequence management, is the entire food chain and value chain, and then we obviously, as I said, where there's gaps, we need to make sure. If it is that we excluded, or it is just known that actually the department that must make use of the goods and service, we only use you by point 1 to 3. But from 4 to 10, we do that, and 11 you must just sign. We must then say there's a gap. It cannot be like that. So I don't want us always to be after the fact. We need to make sure we put measures in place. That's why, Commissioner Beloy, this investigation is not going to be overnight. However, it's not going to be something that we want to drag on for 5 years, because we're dealing with this on a daily basis. Yes. So yes, definitely the investigation is quite huge and wide.
So we can, when I say we, I mean the public.
Yes.
Can expect, for example, that Ngapeshe, if indeed it did not meet the requirements to be awarded this tender, the public can expect that in time that contract will be cancelled.
Definitely.
Or steps will be taken
Definitely,
to cancel
Commissioner
it and
Beloy.
set it aside.
Definitely.
Okay, thank
Definitely.
you. Thank you.
And you saw that the SAM policy is very, very clear of the city of Tshwane. Very, very clear. So definitely there will be consequences. I promise you that.
Well, I mentioned, I should not be misunderstood. I mentioned Ngapeshe because there was
Yes,
specific
yes.
evidence, but this applies generally.
Yes,
to
no,
all the
to
companies.
everybody. We need to look into all of them that were successful. If you look at the land invasion, is that 8? We need to look at it and also to see, like you say, if there's any links. And as I said, we're also making use of external other departments to assist us with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Below.
Commissioner, this engagement takes me back to a question I asked you yesterday. And you said that you would deal with it later on in your testimony. I'm not sure that you did. If you did, you'll correct me. The question related to paragraph 7 of your statement. When you were dealing with that paragraph, perhaps let me read what you said, which prompted my question. Over the past weeks, I have come to learn with great shock and dismay on what was apparently taking place in the TMPD. It is not, it would seem, issues of irregularities, but clear systems of siphoning of money and criminal activities. And when you say that you became aware over the past weeks, you were obviously referring to what came out at this commission. Am I correct?
Yes, if you can see there in the, obviously with the stopping of the ad hoc, since that time, including the commission.
Including what came out here. Yes, yes, yes.
Including the commission.
Yes. My question related to this, I expressed concern at the fact that but for these recent revelations, it would have been business as usual. And my concern was this: what systems are in place to make sure that things like this either do not happen at all, or if they do happen, they are discovered and action is taken immediately or soon enough. That's what you said you deal with. In your engagement with Commissioner Baloyi just now, the focus was on what you are going to do, you as TMPD, what you are going to do from now onwards. My concern is, in a sense, historical, in the sense that how did we get here? Why is it that these were not discovered much, much earlier? Why aren't there systems that make sure that if something wrong has happened, it must be found out, it must be discovered soon enough. It must not be purely fortuitous that we do become aware of it. There must be systems in place that make sure that, one, it either doesn't happen, or if it has happened, it is discovered soon enough.
Chair, I agree with you. And I need to just remind the Commission that APSS only came to me 1st of July 2024. And we've discovered that even prior to that, as I said, the investigation is vast. And upon it came to me, we actually became aware of it and we started the type of investigation. And you are correct. We need to look at the history and historically in terms of even the previous tender and even the previous, to look at it to see what happened that time as well, in order for us to make sure what happened that time, what now, and how we can correct it. So you are correct, Commissioner, Chairperson, that July 2024, a couple of months after that, we had to figure out and stumbled across things to make sure. Handover report was only given a month after I've discovered and stopped the ad hoc. And also, as Commissioner Khumalo yesterday also said, in terms of the APSS, it's very complex. You deal with tenders, you deal with staff, you deal with sites that you had to do your own assessment. So I want to really, I know now, because of this that we have discovered now, it looks like you should have known. But we must not lose sight that we only got APS. APS has been since 2002. So the fact that we stumbled across it, something new, we had to, immediately we had to start with the tender, which was already late. We had to immediately figure out everything for ourselves. And it was it was beginning of the financial year, 1 July 2024. Then you have a couple of months, then you have the festive season. So all these things are what we discovered. Actually, we made more headway than anybody that was before in that portfolio. So yes, you are correct, Chairperson. We are looking wide. And as I also said, we are in the process of also having a workshop with all this information with the relevant role players to see what was, what happened, what we discovered before the Commission became actually here to assist us even more, and how we're going to move forward. So I really need to also, in terms of my team that was part of it, and had to figure out how this APSS work, I need to really commend them a little bit for what they've done in a short span of time, in what was going on for years. So I can really guarantee you, we are looking into it, because we can't move forward if we are not going to look at historically, how did it work? And I can guarantee you also, it's very difficult also to get certain information, but we're going to get the information, because there's no way we're going to move forward. And as I said yesterday, the ideal will be to build in-house capacity moving forward, And that will be to have not this scenario anymore, moving forward into the future. In-house capacity, and then also looking at, rightfully so, after we've built and assisted, where the unit must actually reside. Must it not be with the COO then? Must it not be with the GSO? But we are up for the challenge. We are there. We're not going to hand over a broken vehicle. We will fix the vehicle, and we will look at historically what went wrong. We want to really look at everything, because we can't start in the middle and we leave behind. There can be people that maybe has moved from the unit, but previously was involved in something. We're even looking into that. If I say that we are looking into everything.
Perhaps more a comment than a question, but of course, if you want to say something on it, you may. It seems to me that with some of the things that happen during the entire process, the people involved in the processes just go along with whatever agenda is being pushed. Let's take the example of Ngapesheya, which Mr. Skakane drew our attention to. There's the email from, I think, Mr. Dlamini, is it, where he's pointing out the shortcomings of the Ngapesheya bid. So that should tell the people involved in the procurement process that this is how the Ngapesheya bid looked at the time it was submitted. But this is how it looked at the stage of adjudication, which should tell those involved in the process that there was a change somewhere in between. That's not even a red flag. It actually tells you that something improper has happened somewhere between submission and adjudication. So that's why I think, yes, some people will actually be involved in criminality, impropriety, bid rigging. But some will not be involved in that, but will be complicit in the sense that they do not actually look for what they should be looking for, which makes corruption, bid rigging, etc., easy. As I said, it's just a comment. But
Definitely, Chairperson. We also picked up there was one person that actually, because of you, remember you are in uniform. So if somebody of authority comes, you're supposed to check certain things. You are spot on with that. That is even that we picked up, that you should, irrespective who comes to you in a position of authority, if it is that you must have A, B, C, D, E in order to do F, you should not just because a person is an authority. You are 100% correct with that, Chairperson. All of those things came to the fore now. And we will have to do consequence management on each and every one. You cannot use the excuse that somebody in authority came to you, and even if the person said, I'm going to bring it later, and maybe it never came. So you must just do that. We are also looking at those things, Chairperson. You are correct in terms of that.
Mrs. Kakane.
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps I've just got two issues, and I think it comes to your point. You say that there are obviously steps that you're going to take going forward about, and obviously, I think yesterday you were given some homework about what was happening in the department, in the police service, Metro Police Department. And yesterday I did put it to you, or probe that there is some difficulty with, or I find some difficulty, but I couldn't point any further about management and having these circumstances, as the chair puts them, that then enable others to be corrupt or otherwise within the department. And one central figure is Commissioner, your Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, if I may ask you to go to file 1, page 93.
File 1.
Page 93. Just wait for the
I'm there.
chair. Are you fine, Commissioner Malay? Or it's that challenge with the file?
No, yeah, I'll share with the chair. I still have the same difficulties yesterday. My 93 is a suspension letter, but I'll share Dlamini with the chair.
I do apologize.
Chair, through you, mine is the same as Commissioner Beloy. So my file is also the same as Commissioner Beloy, but
Don't you have a copy that you just take out from somewhere and share with
Let's
with
just
the
ask it.
commissioner?
Thank you. Mine is marked, unfortunately.
I think Commissioner Beloy, they've got something against females here. We can pick that up.
I'm starting to think that.
I can think that as, if it comes to the two of us.
Perhaps, Chair, either we can stand down for the copies to be made,
Or perhaps,
Or I
why
can
don't
read it.
you move on to some other point and then we come back to this later? Will that mess up your...
yes, it should. But it's to the witness more than it's.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You see that is a precautionary suspension letter from
Yes.
US Dlamini, and that's Umashi Dlamini.
That's correct.
And you go.
Sorry, can I ask why the evidence leaders, oh, it's there now, it's
Yes.
fine. Remember, the public is also watching.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. That's your signature at the bottom.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you just take us through how this happens? I find it peculiar about how does it work and what are the actual allegations, because one is not clear from what Commissioner Dlamini is saying. He says there are serious and damaging allegations. He's essentially, apologies, Chair.
No, continue.
Yes, he was simply saying that there are serious and damaging circumstances or that warrant for him to be put on precautionary suspension. Could you just explain on that, how it works?
If you look at the date, this was the 20th of March. Just the end of the 18th of March, Deputy Commissioner Dlamini's name was mentioned just by the end of the day. The morning of the 19th, I went to his office and I said your name was mentioned yesterday. Depending on what is coming out today, me and him had a conversation that this will be the route to go. What happened then, I engaged with the HR department because I wanted to know, what do you do in a case like this? Because it's not that I had an investigation and then in terms of that investigation, it's easier to say, based on A, B, C, D, E, I'm going to do this. So they said, I was then by the festive season lawns busy at the national one. Then I was informed that he's looking for me on the 20th. And then he's got a document he wants to hand over to me. When I got the document, I wanted to know from HR, what is the way forward? And if you will just allow me, I will just read into record what HR has actually responded to me. Because I wanted to know, in this case, what need to do. Then HR said, Chief, I have perused the policy and it does not make provision for such a request. It is normally initiated from the side of the employer. Then HR also said, however, from other documents I perused, it is possible as long as the employer suggests it with reasons and does not demand. The letter from him is a request and the reasons seem valid. I would however suggest a cover letter where you can indicate that after consideration of the request and the reasons, you support the request. So that I received from HR. What I want to do, I wanted it to be procedurally correctly from the start. That is why I seek advice from HR how to go about it. So the letter you will see on 93, he did write, where he requested, and then as per HR on page number 94, I then did that cover letter. Although I signed that, and I signed it, you will see on page 1995 is my signature. So that is how this came about.
For the record, please tell us where you were reading from just now. That
I'm
is
reading from-
the advice from HR.
Yes, and I will also submit it with my supplementary. Our person from HR is Nadia Salias, and I will submit this in for the commission.
Thank
How
you.
this came about.
Thank you.
Thank you, as chairperson.
Just for the record, at page 93, that's Deputy Commissioner Dlamini's request to be placed on suspension.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct, Commissioner Baloyi.
okay.
That's correct.
So when you say you supported the request, you mean you accepted
Yes,
that there were
definitely.
valid reasons for him
Definitely.
to be placed on suspension?
Definitely, I accepted it, Commissioner Baloyi. I also, on the 19th already, early the morning, I went to him and said, because it was just by the end of the 18th of March, his name was mentioned, and it was more into context on the 19th. And I did inform him in person, whatever comes out now, today, that obviously then on the 20th, there will be type of action will be taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Just for completeness, I mean, I think if you compare that, and maybe the circumstances are different, that with the letter for Inspector Piri, where there are specifics, just maybe for the record, when he says serious and damaging allegations, I think he's covering the nature of the allegations. Are you able to share exactly your understanding of your discussion as to what it is that he was concerned about? Was it corruption? Was it?
It was obviously the allegations against him in terms of the 19th of March. Was obviously that possible, like you said, interference, etc. So that was the nature of the discussion.
So it was around the issues of interference and all.
100%.
And are those, they are not written anywhere insofar as there is concern?
It's part of the investigation.
Part of the investigation? Okay,
Yes, it's part of the investigation.
all right. Commissioners, I think it's, the next part would have been the APSS, but another witness with more detail will come and deal with it. And I think I'm unlikely to get more from the witness on the topic.
All right, all right. Any other topic to deal with then, or is this the end?
This is it. It was just one of the APSS, but I think it's better that we deal
It'll
with
be
it
dealt
with
with
another
by the other witness. Thank
I
you.
don't think I'm going with that.
Thank you,
with the
Mr.
witness.
Sakane. Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Farrow, good morning again. I just want to get clarity from you. You must understand that this commission has a limited duration within which to do its work, and its terms of reference are limited. And we have a few investigators and a few evidence leaders. Tshwane and TMPD are big institutions.
Yes,
You mentioned 3,200 or
3,600.
3,600 officers within TMPD, it's unlikely that we as the commission will cover all of them. So it's in that context that I want to ask these questions that I have to ask. What, other than the security services, what are the other services that are procured by TMPD through the tender system, and where you as Chief of Police or your predecessors have had to sign an SLA?
I'm sure, Commissioner, is the uniform tender.
Uniform.
And then also the service animals, because you need to, the feed and the vet services, etc. And also if I look at it,
I'm assuming tech, the machines that your
The
officers
speed.
use to track speed and drinking
speed,
and
yes,
driving.
speed equipment, 100%.
And then ticket collection, the,
No, that is ARTO that we have.
is it ATO?
We, unfortunately, in Johannesburg, ARTO is already with us for a very, very long
So
time.
there are no service providers that collect on behalf of the city of Tshwane?
I've got my own back office
And
with
then
my staff.
healthcare, you're not using Mr. Matlala's company to test your officers when they are sick?
No, they've got medical aid.
Fitness,
Fitness is done by my in-house academy.
so it's not Medicare 24?
No, we don't need Mr. Mkala for that.
All right. Now, I will put it no higher than this because there must still be a determination on this. But it would appear that in relation to the tenders that we have looked at, that the SCM system within Tshwane and TMPD is compromised. What is your comment on that?
I agree.
So your policy, is great that you have a written policy, but it's clear that people are not complying with it and are finding ways to go around it and to get their preferred service providers to be appointed, even when they don't qualify to be appointed. And the example Chair made is a case in point.
Commissioner Kumalo, definitely, I agree, because we wouldn't have been sitting here if it wasn't compromised. So I agree with you 150%.
My worry is that the Commission has so far only looked at the security services. What assurance can you give the Commission and the public, the South Africans, that in their capital city, in one of the biggest metros in the country, in relation to these other services, you've mentioned 7, you've mentioned uniform, animals, tech, ticket collection we can scratch out. You said healthcare is internal. But in relation to those 5, can you give South Africans the assurance that there was no infiltration by criminals who have hijacked the system and they are making millions, if not billions, out of taxpayers' money and nobody's paying attention to it? Can you give the country the assurance that that is being looked at and you are comfortable that there are no issues there?
Commissioner Kumalo, as I said, we are going to look not only into these 2 tenders that has been identified or flagged by the Commission. We are looking at the entire, everything that you've mentioned that's got, even if it's, remember some of those were already awarded or some of them are already in place. This investigation is not going to stop now, and it's only because there's as you said, you've got a terms of reference when it comes to the Commission. Everything needs to be looked at when it comes to this. And the other thing that I'm looking at also is all these services, can we have it in-house? That is my next question. Is it possible that I can maybe appoint a vet for the service animals? Is the amount of service animals of such amount that I can do it? Is the care that they need of such amount that I can do it? I'm looking at all of those things. Is it necessary that we must have all these service providers, or can I build in-house capacity? So the word for me is in-house capacity, then all these things will disappear. So those are the things that I'm also looking at. In terms of the other tenders, that's going to be part of the terms of reference from my side is bigger than yours, Commissioner Kumalo. I unfortunately have to now, mine must be bigger I cannot just say, okay, let us look at the two. I need to look at everything and also to see those that are implicated, how far are they implicated in this regard? I cannot just look into the two. I need to look at how far and how long have you been busy in this regard. So that is also part of my scope in terms of the investigation that we are looking at. Yes, we are looking at this too now, but I have to look at it, and then all the staff there. If all the staff are compromised, unfortunately, I will have to start from a clean slate. I will have to start from a clean slate. So, Commissioner Khumalo, that is my answer, that I cannot just look into, let us look at 9 and 10, but we will not start from 1. I have to look at the whole value chain, and I did already say that. But we're first starting now with this, and then we're also looking back into all the others as well.
Are you able to create positions within the TMPD, or would you have to seek permission from someone else?
I will be able to, Chairperson. We are busy looking at the microstructure at the moment. So I am looking at, I even put, I want 2 legal services within my office. I've already recruited 2 very young and Metro Police officers that got there. They studied and they've got it, and I've given them like small things to be the liaison between the legal department of the city of Tshwane and my one, to look at litigation, to look at if you go to court, prepare yourself to go to court, that we don't lose cases. Look at summonses, look at trends. Are you making mistake on the summonses, or is it deliberate? So we are already starting with that, and I've given them that. So yes, the answer is yes, I can do that.
All right. I'm asking that in the context of your response to Commissioner Khumalo, that, for example, you want to take out of the need for procurement, the appointment, for example, of vets.
Yes.
For your animals. If, for example, there will be a huge saving instead of going out to tender, if there will be a saving, if you have your own vets, and you do not have to seek someone else's permission to make appointments, why not? Because then you are outside of all this corruption, bid rigging, and all of the things I referred to earlier. Of course, the appointment of vets is just one example. I'm sure when you sit down, you would be able to remove from the procurement process a whole lot of other services. I was surprised when we went through the WhatsApp chats here to see that there are even tenders for the delivery of refuse bags. When I grew up, someone employed by the municipality would just throw that in, throw it into the yard, and you've got your refuse bag, and the municipality did not have to issue a tender for that. I just find some of these things mind-boggling. Again, that's just one example. If one sits down, a whole lot more could be removed from the tender system. But I guess it also requires political decisions, political will, and so on. So some of these things may be outside of your scope of, or your purview of functions.
Commissioner, what you can, and if I just take the vet services as an example, you train the Metro Police officer to additional that is on the mounted patrol unit. You just enhance his skills. You don't need to have a vet on standby. That can be done. So I'm just using the example of being a vet. You are on the unit, you know exactly, you love horses because obviously you will have to, you know what to do. So we can just enhance your skills.
Thank you. Mr. Skakane, you had indicated that that's it, eh? We are done.
Thanks, we're done, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner, thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Commissioners, also for assisting us to see the gaps, and also that I would like to, any progress that we make, even if the commission is not, it's concluded, that we still, I would like to still report on all the things that I said is going to happen. I don't want it to just be a talk, so, and then to say that I obviously will know where to submit to say that I've done this now, we've done this now, we've picked up this, and we're busy with that investigation, even long after commission has concluded. I would really like to have that homework as well. Thank you, Commissioner, so much.
Thank you. I like to say that Section 217 of the Constitution was included in the Constitution for the benefit of us all, that is South Africans. But what organs of state have done is to turn it on its head and actually use it against us. That's very unfortunate. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Do we adjourn so as to make the switch?
Yes, Chair, and just sort out the files. What I was thinking, Chair, is that it's, perhaps we can take an early tea break instead, and then come back with a new witness.
Ten past 11. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much.
Yes,
There
yes,
we go.
yes. Thank you, thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigidi?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Bolhayes, in front of you, you should have two files, almost identical. I want us to go through those files so that we can get rid of the housekeeping issues. Now, if you go to the first file, you will see on the spine, it will say Mr. Bolhayes' statement and annexures.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Now, the first page will be an index, and then if you flip over that index, can you identify the document there?
Just say again, apologies.
So the first page is an index, and then if you flip over that page, can you identify the document there, what is written there in the middle?
Yeah, it's the witness statement of myself.
Yes. And then, can you go to the last page, which is page 6 of that statement? Now, do you confirm that this statement is your statement?
I do confirm that,
Do you stand by the contents thereof?
yes.
And then, Deputy Commissioner, do you confirm that the signature on page 6 is your signature?
It's my signature.
Thank you. Commissioners, at this point, just to note that I think Commissioner Kumalo's bundles are not signed, the statements. We will sort them out at the end of the hearing. But Commissioner Baloyi and the chairperson's statements or witness statements should be duly signed.
But the content is the same.
The
that
content is exactly the same.
Commissioner Kumalo's.
Yes.
All right, thank
The
you.
one that we've just looked at is signed.
Well, then I tell you, did a
6 page.
spelling job. Thank you.
Just to find out, Mr. Musigidi, the 6-page statement, has its content not been incorporated into the longer statement, the 15-page statement?
It has been.
It has, oh, all right.
Yes, Chairman, it has been, Chairperson.
So basically, we should work with the 15-page statement.
In an ideal situation, I would have said, let's do away with it, so the first file, but out of abundance of caution, because I also received the second file, in case things went missing.
Oh, okay,
I would want to keep it, Chairperson.
All right, all right, okay.
Ideally would have said, let's do away with it.
Okay.
But for the better part of the witness evidence, we'll be focusing on the
Longer.
duly incorporated statement. That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Please continue then.
Thank you, Mr. Bolhayes. And can you move to the second file?
Something important which we forgot, Deputy Commissioner, let's have your names on record, please, your full names.
Yes.
Do you want to state your full names, yeah?
I will, Commissioner. All my names is Sean Ian Edward Eugene, and my surname is Bolhayes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, on the second file, you'll see on the spine, it will say supplementary statement of Sean Ian Edward Eugene Bolhayes. And then, the first page is an index, and then if you go on the third page, on the first page, it's an index, and the second page, it's a table of contents, and the trim lines there, you'll see that is your statement. Can you confirm that is your statement, Commissioner Bolhayes?
I can confirm.
Yes, can you go then to page 15 of that statement? Do you stand by the contents of the statement?
I do.
Thank you. And then you lastly confirm the signature appearing on page 15 of that statement.
That's my signature.
Thank you. Commissioner Bolhayes, for the better part of our engagement, we will be focusing on this particular file. If we need to go to the first file, I would draw that to your attention. So keep this one closer. And perhaps let's start on page 2 of the file right in front of you. You have already put your names on record. Can you then start with the introduction part at paragraph 1 of that statement and read that into record? As we discussed earlier, where you need to elaborate, you can elaborate. Where we need to interject, we interject, especially the commissioners, if they need some clarity, they will do so as you go through your statement. So please do not be alarmed when they interject to ask clarity-seeking questions. I might often also do so. Let's start at paragraph 1 then.
Noted, thank you. Commissioners, I am an adult male South African citizen and the Deputy Chief of Police for Training and Innovation in the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department, which is known as TMPD. Having assumed this role on 1 June 2024, I was recommended by a panel consisting of the Chief of Police and other senior city officials. The facts deposed to herein are within my personal knowledge and are to the best of my belief both true and correct, save where context indicates other.
Thank you. We can move to paragraph 3 under the topic of your educational and career background.
Oh, Deputy Commissioner, the save where context indicates otherwise suggests that what you say may not be true and correct, depending on context.
No, but
No, I'm sure that's not what you meant. I suspect it must be the lawyers who let you down there.
lawyer language.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Educational and career background. I'm a career traffic officer / Metro Police officer since 1992. I started my career as a traffic officer in the then Pretoria municipality. The traffic department then evolved into the Metro Police Department. I am still employed by the City of Tshwane as a Metro Police officer. In total, I have 34 years of experience in the municipality. I have a career-related ITO 3-year national diploma and an ITO 4 higher diploma. I have a valid top secret security clearance certificate, which will expire in December 2026. I am in the process of starting the vetting process again.
Commissioner, let me just stop you there. Can you explain what you mean by, what is the purpose of this top security clearance certificate and the process it takes, and whom is expected to undertake or go through that process? Keep in mind that a witness came before this commission from a different municipality and gave evidence that, in fact, there is a requirement or a directive under that department that high-ranking officials ought to do the vetting process for the purposes of maintaining this. So what I need you to at least inform us in the commission is the processes involved, whom, according to you, in the TMPD is required to undergo this process to obtain the clearance certificate.
Thank you. I will do that, Commissioners. Let me start first by indicating it's not a lawful requirement yet in the city, although it should be. I do believe with the security committee in place, it will be a recommendation and a premise for the city to start from ensuring high level of security aligned to the MIS document that's approved and implemented and also adopted by council in the City of Tshwane. I can't recall the date. So those bases or building blocks are in place, but as I indicated, it's not policy yet, although all high-level positions in the city of Tshwane, when advertised, it's now a requirement within the advertised that you avail yourself for vetting purposes, for security clearance. In the Metro Police itself, I am a Deputy Chief of Police. It is imperative that your senior management of a Metro Police must be vetted. If I had a way to force it through, I would, as I'm also the Chief of Staff, which I will explain later. But it is cumbersome for me to think, and I won't mention names, that certain senior officials refuse to get themselves vetted. I immediately availed myself for vetting because it's required of me in my position when I deal with sensitive information, not only internally in the department, but also in the city of Tshwane, but also on IGR levels, that I can deal with those documents procedurally and lawfully in a correct way. I gladly submitted myself for this vetting process, and so must all other senior officials. Some do, some don't. But that's a matter that we are still addressing within the department and in the city.
What is RGR levels?
Excuse me, Commissioner?
Said also in RGR levels. What is that?
We, in IGR, Intergovernmental Relations, we work a lot with sensitive meetings, sensitive material. So not all of it, but some of the information, especially if it relates to maybe a national state that we find ourselves, and there's sensitive information, you need to deal with that according to the MIS document. So vetting is very important.
Deputy Commissioner, when you say some officials refuse to be vetted, are we talking the general vetting or the top secret vetting? Because my understanding is there's a difference. There's the vetting that all staff members or all officers, law officers in TMPD would be subjected to. And my understanding, sorry, of the evidence of the Chief of Police was that annually there is vetting of all officers, and that is conducted every year. And I thought that's different from your top secret.
I can explain that, Commissioner.
Please.
What the Chief of Police was referencing to, if I understand your statement correctly, is the security clearance. It's also commonly known as vetting, but it's not a full vetting. It's just security clearance. That process is ongoing on a yearly basis, where we check for criminal and illicit records against members within the department and certain members in the city when so requested by the city manager. The vetting I'm referring to is a full vetting done by, in our case as a municipality, by State Security Agency, and it is a part lifestyle audit, financial check, proper vetting, your whole history, all your girlfriends, all your boyfriends, all your ex-wives, all those things. They check it all, and then you're either cleared or you're not cleared.
And that's the one that you say it's not yet required by law.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
It's not in formal policy yet by the
Yes.
city, but it should be.
Okay, that's what I mean, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So you and I are cleared, Commissioner Boles.
I'm cleared of all of those things.
You and I are cleared.
Both of us, yes, we are cleared. Yes, Commissioner. So maybe the rest of the room must leave now.
Commissioner Bolhais, are you aware of any steps or measures that the city has taken, at least in future, to ensure that this vetting is not an issue, or it's not raised as an issue by the incumbent officials?
Yes. As indicated in adverts now for senior positions, it is a requirement that you avail yourself for vetting. On lower position, positions, it would be for security clearance or to check for criminal records. Those adverts are it's public knowledge, you would see that, so it's open to the public. And then the other portion that I just touched on, it is the job of the security committee, which has been established. Is it in full swing, full working? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure of the doings of the security committee at the moment, but they do sit from time to time, and part of their function would be to advise the city to put in policy in place that certain levels and certain positions, depending on the type of position and what you do, what's your functionality in those positions. For an example, if you work in the finance office or the supply chain management processes, you should be properly vetted. Properly vetted, and then also senior management, whatever is deemed senior, and then you can get different types of vetting. Not everyone will be vetted top secret. In my capacity, I need top secret. Another person in another position in senior management might only need secret or something like that.
Thank you, Commissioner. You don't have to mention the names. I think those who will come will ask them the same question. And if there are reasons why they haven't been vetted, they will explain themselves. Can we then move on to the next topic, which is your responsibilities as the Deputy Chief of Police? That will be at paragraph 5 of your statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. Responsibilities as the Deputy Chief of Police, paragraph 5. As the Deputy Chief, Training and Innovation, I'm mainly responsible for the Team PD Academy, where we train Metro Police officers, traffic wardens, other officials, as per our academy curriculum. I am further responsible for police innovation, which include research, analytics, and information management for the department. Paragraph 6. Additional to the above position, I am also responsible for the work and functioning of the staff officer, which you might know it as a chief of staff, but it's a semi-military terminology. Staff officer or chief of staff to the chief of police. I fulfill that role because the position is vacant at the moment. The position is currently on a brigadier level on the approved structure. Paragraph 7. My responsibilities here include: 1. Although the position on the approved structure is on a brigadier level, I am functioning on a deputy chief level. 2. Oversight on the office of the Chief of Police. 3. Strategic level coordination within the department. 4. High-level administration. 5. High-level IGR, specifically with Gauteng Government, SALGA, SAPS, et al. 6. Drafting of specific departmental documents, such as SOPs, directives, official letters for internal, which is the city, and external purposes. 7. Represent the Chief of Police at EXCO, MACO, Section 79 committees, high-level external meetings, forums, and/or events. Paragraph 8.
Commissioner, before you go there, can you just inform the Commission, this position of Chief of Staff, how long has it been vacant for? Do you know?
This position has been vacant for a very long time. Previously, I acted in this position officially, but then it was on a deputy chief level. The structure was then subsequently changed and put incorrectly on a brigadier level. The new structure that has been developed for the department, proposed structure that still needs to go for approval, it has been put back on a deputy chief level where it should be. It's a high stressful position, the right hand person to the Chief of Police, as indicated by some of the functions that I have already mentioned. We have, over time in the city, a lot of vacant positions. We have had in the Metro Police many vacant positions for a long period of time. Since the Chief of Police, Yolande Faro, has been appointed, I believe it was October 23, I think so. She immediately lobbied the city and the city manager to ensure that at least critical positions and high-level positions are being filled. Subsequently, the department has filled numerous positions. We're still in a position where we have put forward critical vacancies that are now very close to advertisement level, subject always to final approval by the city and available budget. But these are funded vacancies. One of the positions that we hope to fill would be this position of Chief of Staff, because it's a critical position.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we are about to move on to paragraph 8.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioners, paragraph 8. I'm further responsible for the management and coordination of unfair labour practices, arbitrations, at the South African Local Government Bargaining Council, SALGBC. This includes 1, attending step 3 grievances, and this is grievances as per the COT collective agreement on behalf of the department/Chief of Police. 2, attending conciliation when required. 3, attending consultations with internal role players and appointed legal representation in preparation for the Bargaining Council. And 4, attend or coordinate the actual arbitration at Bargaining Council and or CCMA.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we move on then to the next topic,
Yes.
which involves your further responsibility again? Now we're talking about the section deals with your acting stint as a caretaker of the asset protection and security services. Can you take us through that?
I can. It's number D, my acting stint as caretaker of asset protection and security service, paragraph 9, Commissioners. I was the caretaker for asset protection and security services, known as APSS, for the period 1 July 2024 to 28 February 2025. As the divisional head, in brackets, deputy chief post was vacant. The function was transferred from the office of the city manager back to the TMPD as from 1 July 2024. Paragraph 10, this position was ultimately taken up by the appointed Deputy Chief Revo Spies on 1 March 2025. Paragraph 11, as the caretaker of APSS, I did high-level management and oversight over the division. Paragraph 12, upon assuming this task, I had to deal with a relocation of the APSS from the office of the city manager to the TMPD. I must hasten to state that when the APS transfer was done, I was not provided with a handover report as one would expect. I am aware, however, that a handover, and I say it in brackets, report was ultimately emailed to the Chief of Police by Ms. Paledi Marota, where I was also copied on the email on 10 April 2025. Now that is 9-10 months later, and I've already given over or handed over the function to Deputy Chief Spies. But continuing, Commissioners, on paragraph 13, the email is attached to Chief Yolande Faro's statement, which I attach as Annexure SB1, which I will refer to. Paragraph 14, during my testimony, I will point out from the handover report that on what I agree with and what I disagree with in relation to the following subtopics. 14.1, the background to the transfer. 14.2, human resources related matters. And 14.3, budget and procurement related matters. 15, when I received the transfer of the APSS, I was aware of the tender in question comprised of the watchman component and the ad hoc component. Paragraph 16, we, in brackets, the Deputy Commissioners and Chief of Police, had monthly budget meetings and APSS budget performance was mentioned/discussed. During my stint, we dealt with ad hoc individually and provided services only with the necessary approvals, including documentation.
Deputy Commissioner, can you just explain what you mean where you say that you dealt with ad hoc individually?
As the tenders commissioners make provision for ad hoc services, we would receive a request from a service delivery department that they need security services at a specific place, which is not part and parcel of the normal day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month deployment. Then we would assess that request, basically by doing a security assessment to review the situation to determine whether this is a legitimate request. And then we must sort out the budget thereof. You will find later, and I think it was also mentioned by Deputy Commissioner Spies and the Chief of Police, Ms. Faro, that we were on a continuous basis under budgeted for the function. So the yearly budget allocated on a regular basis for security services were not sufficient. So it would have been improper for us to approve any ad hoc site without looking into it. If a service delivery department then requests, we do an assessment. If we agree with them, then we determine the type of security that needs to be placed or put in place, and then they need to provide us with a GL or the service delivery component within the city, falling mainly under the COO, would have to look for money. Last resort would be to approach the CFO to ensure that there is money for this, whether it will be available immediately or whether that will be adjusted during the budget process from implementing an approved budget right through upliftment of funds, right through the adjustment budget, so that at the end of the year your books balance and you don't sit with unauthorized expenditure. So that's how myself and the Chief of Police dealt with ad hoc sites in that manner.
Yeah, just so I understand properly. So you have a budget for watchman services, I think that's what it's called. That's what's allocated.
We call it watchman services for the security services, yes.
So you've got that budget. Does that budget also serve the ad hoc appointments, or are ad hoc appointments funded by the service units or your clients, basically?
If the, Madam Commissioner, if the budget is sufficient, which it was never, and that's clear in our financial planning and statements of the city, then it would have covered ad hoc as well. But due to the limited funds available for a financial year, if it's not an ad hoc service that has already been identified and has then become almost a semi-permanent situation, then no, you would not have funds available in that budget. You would have to look for additional funds, as I have already explained. That is how it was.
And the final approval for that scenario where you have to find additional funds?
Yes.
Because this is not one of those that have almost become permanent now. Where does it lie? Does it lie with the CFO or it lies in the TMPD, the final approval of that kind of request?
Such final approval will not lie within the TMPD unless it is covered with the approved budget. The Chief of Police, in her position as the group head or the head of the department, has certain authorities under whether it's automatically delegated per legislation or procedure and protocol, or whether it's purely from the MFMA. So she can manage her own budget that's been approved and allocated. So if it falls without that budget, there's a process where we, like I'll use the example of upliftment of funds. A document is drafted by the department, recommended by the Chief of Police. Then it goes through the processes recommended by the CFO, and it's finally approved by the accounting officer, which is the city manager. So in such cases, the city manager would sign off on upliftment of funds. The CFO, I'm not 100% sure to where his authority stretches, but I do believe he has the authority, in our case it's a he, Mr. Manisi, has the authority, and I speak under correction, to work within the budget that has been approved for the city. He can allocate and reallocate certain funding. Whether all of that must be signed off by the city manager or not, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Can you please go back to paragraph 11 of your statement and just clarify that? And please also explain to us what is the size of the APSS? How many people are in that division? And who has authority in relation to signing of documents? Like, for example, if an invoice comes in from a security company, who authorizes it for approval? And also who has authority in terms of issuing of work or additional sites or ad hoc security services that have to be provided? Because when you say, I did high-level management and oversight, it can mean different things to many people. So just explain it the way you understand it.
Noted, Commissioner. I can elaborate on that. What is meant by high-level management oversight over the division, I'm sure you would appreciate from my testimony already given, I have a full-time job position as the Deputy Chief Training and Innovation, which is a full-time position. Then I've got another full-time job as the Chief of Staff. Then I've got a part-time job in coordinating Step 3 grievances and arbitration matters. In a department of about 5,000 people, you can imagine how many cases I need to deal with on behalf of the department. So my high-level management and oversight over APSS probably took about 15 or 20% of my energy and time to just ensure that from the onset where we received this function without a proper handover, as is, foot stewards, back to the department, my main aim was to, on a high level, to management to understand what this big thing entails. What is this big thing that I'm dealing with now? How many sites do we have in the city? Is it a true reflection of what we have? How many sites are priority? Why are they priority? How many sites do we cover? We don't even cover, I think we cover less than half of all our sites, but I believe Deputy Chief Spies might have given much more information on that, so I won't repeat that. And then also to ensure that the day-to-day running, which is done by Director Malachi and his team, is is just there's oversight on that. So I didn't have hands-on experience on most of the matters. Some of the ad hoc sites that were referred to us as an example, I made sure, because it would cause additional expenditure, that I went on site personally with the team to determine what the status is. One of such sites would be Klipgat, waterworks, where a contractor finalized their duties. No planning was made prior to that for security. We just got the information through to my office that within a month's time or so, this company is going to vacate, they're done with the project, now we must secure that. And if we didn't secure that, there could have been damage or vandalism into the millions. So as a city, as a department, we were basically forced to do so. And then we followed that process that I've already explained. So my high-level management and oversight was very limited, and I had no reason to mistrust at that time Director Malachi. Seemingly on paper, and what I know from him then, he was an experienced senior manager in security. He had support, not much, but he had support, and they ran that division. The amount of people in that division, I can't go level to level, but it's approximately just shy of 1,300 security guards on contract still, not even fully absorbed into the city with all the benefits, but I believe Deputy Space might have addressed that also, I'm not sure. And then some level of supervision and some level of management, and then you got to Dr. Malichla, no, I forgot his name. I'll get to his name just now, and Mr. Maslangu and Director Malachi. And part of the function in those middle levels or junior levels, we had teams that's supposed to do, obviously, also the checkups at the different security sites to ensure that the contract that was awarded, a 2.9 billion rand contract, is managed correctly, and if a security company indicates that they, for argument's sake, place 4 people, security guards at the site, that actually happens. So I had no, at that stage, mistrust in the system, and wanted to ensure that they run with the day-to-day running of this division and running the contract. On the sideline, we immediately had to start, as I said, with the fact-finding information,
Commissioner Boles, I don't want you to go too far ahead,
Okay.
because it may be that in your statement, you're still coming to these things.
to some of it, yes.
So maybe just deal with the role you played in the allocation and invoices, their
Okay.
approval. And then the rest, I think the evidence leader will lead you through your statement.
Thank you. At a certain stage in my stint as the caretaker, I required Director Malachi to provide, once invoices have been signed by the operational component and then signed off by himself, he had to bring those invoices to me for co-signing. So he would approve the invoice after all the checks have been done, and I would co-sign. That was just a management mechanism to ensure that on paper there is nothing untoward. The allocation of ad hoc sites, it's not a written down process, but it was the practice that at least I had in place, that my office needs to be informed of ad hoc sites, like that explanation I gave about Klipgat and others. Because of the possible operational impact, and I am talking about that later, but I can just say this, it had to be brought to my attention because of operational, financial, and contractual impact. So never did I give the impression or the instruction to Director Malachi or his management team that they have a free rein or a carte blanche pertaining to the allocation of sites. Because you have to work within a budget. You have to work according to your priority plan and the sites that you have to secure. So if you then do your own thing, we're not going to stick to those things.
Commissioner, you say that you would approve because on paper, everything would appear to be proper. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, yes. On the ad hoc appointments, did you not notice that there was a disproportionate allocation to, for example, an entity called Gubis 85? I think it's a Pty Ltd, not SCC, yes. Gubis 85. Did you not notice that it got a disproportionate number of allocations compared to the rest of the entities? Its allocations were far higher than those of other entities. I'm asking this in the context of your testimony that on paper everything looked proper. That may well have been so, but it should have, or rather alarm bells should have rung when this entity's name keeps popping up whenever there are ad hoc allocations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I did not, in the time that the invoices came to me for co-signing, I did not pick up anything immediately, and I didn't have any mistrust at that time. However, and I do give evidence about this later, when the director of MAS, Management Admin Support, Director Veli Nwandule, he's also responsible for finances, when he indicated that there could be some irregularity with invoices. At that stage, the finance section has indicated both to me as the caretaker and to Director Malachi that they will have to follow a certain financial procedure, which then became the procedure they needed to follow, not bringing invoices back to me for co-signing. So that then stopped, and that financial procedure that was implemented by the financial section was then followed. And then subsequently, the director of MAS, Nwandule, picked up the irregularity because they will be in a better position to pick up on this because they have the contracts, the SLAs, the monthly expenditure, and if there's any further expenditure than what would have been the baseline from previous months or allocated to a certain service provider, they would pick it up. And subsequently, they did pick up. But I do give evidence about that a bit later.
Commissioner Bolhayes, at paragraph 13, we do mention a report which I want us to have a look at. You will see that on the very file that you have, that report would appear as the very first document. It will say number 1, just after the index to the annexures.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the Chief of Police, Yolanda Faro, testified that when she received an instruction that there has to be a transition of the APSS from the City Manager's office to the TMPD's office, that she tasked you to oversee that process. With that in mind, she testified that there was a report That's something that also you touched on. That report was meant to facilitate the transitional period of that department. Would you accept that ideally you would have been at least the beneficiary of this report to assist you with the transition?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. And Commissioner Faro also testified that she received this report, unfortunately, somehow 9 months later, and this report came from a lady called Paledi Marota. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
In fact, you should be aware because you were copied on that email.
That is correct.
Yes, and the correct date would have been the 10th of April, 2025.
That's correct.
And lastly, on that score, you would have, at least at that stage when this report came to your knowledge, you would have ceased acting, or at least being a caretaker of the SP.
That is correct. I already provided a full handover in writing in the month of March to the newly appointed Deputy Chief Spies.
Yes. But I want us to have a look at this report because it was meant to benefit you, or at least to assist you in the transitional period. We did say in your statement that we want to touch base on some, I think, 3 topics. You will see that on top, for the record, can you just read at least for the benefit of the Commission, the title of that document?
The title of this document, and it's from the Office of the City Manager, Commissioners, report on the transfer of Asset Property Protection Services Unit from the Office of the City Manager to the Tshwane Metro Police Department.
And then can you move to the purpose of that document, or at least the report?
The purpose of this report is to transfer the Asset Property Protection Unit function from the Office of the City Manager to the Tshwane Metro Police Department, TMPD, with immediate effect.
And then can you move into the background mentioned on that document?
I can. The background, paragraph number 3. The Executive Mayor issued a letter dated 15 April 2021 titled Placement of Asset Protection Function and Personnel in City Manager's Office. The said letter stated the following: the implementation of the processes regarding the absorption of security guards is a critical deliverable for this administration. Extensive consultation and discussions have taken place on this matter to ensure it occurs seamlessly. It is for this reason that I took the decision to have this process placed and administered out of the City Manager's Office through the department led by Mr. Nawa Pillay. Furthermore, it is critical that the current asset protection function and personnel that have been identified who are based at the Tshwane Metro Police Department, TMPD, are moved to the Office of the City Manager to report under Mr. Pillay with effect from 30 March 2021.
Just there, Commissioner, what do you understand by this initial move, and paying attention to what is mentioned on the very first sentence of what was supposed to be a letter of the 15th of April 2021, just to give us context of what your understanding is?
Yeah, firstly, I was not involved in this process at all. And then that first sentence, the implementation of the process regarding the absorption of security guards is a critical deliverable and so forth. My understanding of this is we have had, I don't know the time frame, but I think it's from 2019 onwards. We've had this council resolution that mentioned absorption of security guards. and there was a total mentioned, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have the information in front of me, but the absorption means that the security personnel that is in your service through a contract, whether that is a certain time period contract or a month-to-month contract or service delivery contracts that you have in place, when you do an absorption, you look at bringing those people, those security guards, into the employment of the city. They then become fully fledged employees. That is how I understand the term absorption.
And with your limited knowledge, as you said, you are not involved in this process, but what I'm tapping into, it's your experience, as you said, that you have 34 years into at least working in the city of Tshwane. What is the situation now with the absorption, if any, of the security personnel?
Thank you. I believe we have...
Do you mean, Mr. Musigiri, in 2021 or after reabsorption back to TMPD?
More directly
What stage are you referring to?
Commissioner Bolhayes, more directly to after when the unit was handed back, because it seems to us that the purpose then was part of it was the absorption, and then now when it was handed back, what is the situation? I mean, the more pointed question would be, was that done within your limited knowledge?
The purpose, as I understand, was the transfer of the function. So the question of the absorption followed more that purpose. So the same people who were doing the function within the TMPD then get absorbed within the office of the city manager, but the purpose being more the transfer of the function, as I understand it.
Part of the question would relate to the debate that has been going on as to, I suppose there was a debate, or at least there has been a debate as to the pros and cons of outsourcing and absorbing some of the security functions into the city.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I can speak to that. My belief is that from this time, and I'll come to the part where the function has been moved back to the Tshwane Metro Police Department, but from this time, 15 April 21, up to the time that the function was moved back to the Metro Police Department, not much has moved in a direction of full absorption of the security guards. Since the appointment of Deputy Chief Spies, there has been a real movement. I do know for a fact, I've sat in some of the meetings, there has been consultative process between Deputy Chief Spies, the department, and Group Human Capital Management and political leaders and leaders of the city to fast-track this process, and there is a plan in place that has been adopted by council. I can't speak to it, I don't have all the information, but that this absorption process is now moving forward. This will mean that certain benefits will come in at a certain time and other benefits will come in at another time. So that process is ongoing. I hope that touches or answers the questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolhayes. Can you then read into the record the last paragraph of point 3 under the background?
The last paragraph states, Commissioners, the instruction by the Executive Mayor for the Asset Protection Services Unit to be transferred from Tshwane Metro Police Department to the Office of the City Manager was implemented as directed. The transfer included the movement of staff reporting under Asset Protection Services Unit and Cost Center 4923 for the budget and expenditure management of the unit.
And then, most importantly for us, would you move to the next page under the topic human resource related? And just deal with that, what is at paragraph 4.1.1.
Do you want me to read it?
Read into the record and then we can just debate what that meant.
Noted, 4.1.1, under human resources related matters, the subheading is staff and organizational structure. The organizational structure of the Asset Protection Services Unit was not amended during the transfer of the Asset Protection Services Unit from Tshwane Metro Police Department to the Office of the City Manager. Therefore, the transfer of the Asset Protection Services Unit back from the Office of the City Manager to Tshwane Metro Police Department will not affect the organizational structure of both departments. The Asset Protection Services approved structure consists of 4,106. Of this, there are 31 official employees, there's spelling mistakes there, apologies, on a permanent basis, and a further 1,287 contracted security officers.
I think this ties with the question that was raised
Yes.
by Commissioner Khumalo earlier on. Can you then explain to us on practical levels, what did this mean, especially when you have to deal with a human resource, and in terms of what you were receiving now as part of your responsibilities?
Yes, I can.
Maybe before you do that, the mathematics here doesn't seem to add up. You have 31 officials on a permanent basis and 1,287 contracted security officers, and yet in the first sentence you say there was 4,106.
I can explain that, Commissioner. I'll make it part of my explanation. Firstly, Commissioners, if I received this document in time for my caretakership, I would have not agreed in fully with the statement made here. You can't just say something and then it becomes the truth. It doesn't work that way. So just to say that the structure is moved from one place to from one reporting channel to another reporting channel, and there's no implication or no difference, doesn't just make it the truth, or doesn't make it correct, or doesn't make it practical. Let me explain. Let me first explain then, Madam, what you have brought up, and then I'll carry on with the rest of the explanation, why I don't agree with this. It makes provision in the statement at the end that the structure, and they make reference to the approved structure, consists of 4,106. So the structure they're referring to is the organizational structure of APSS. Those are the boxes, as you well know. You've got your divisional head, all the different levels, and so forth, all the way down to the bottom levels where you will find 1,287 contracted security officers. So I don't have a problem with those figures at that time because I can't verify it. I'm assuming it's correct. The 4,106 is still the approved structure, but most of those positions are vacant. That's why the mathematics will not make sense. But then to transfer an approved structure, in this case 4,106, to the Metro Police and make an indication that there is no implication or an assumption is incorrect. It is not the practice of a municipality nor a department such as the Metro Police Department to have an elaborate structure with vacancies on it. And it's clear that in the time period from April 2021, let me get the date right, 15 April 2021 up to the point where this function was transferred back to the Metro Police, that there was no, I can't say no, I don't know, there wasn't a serious attempt and project in place, plan in place to fill the vacancies of this approved structure of 4,106. Now this is moved back to the Metro Police. Now the Metro Police sit with all these additional vacancies. That's the first thing. Most of these vacancies will then be unfunded. Why? Because there wouldn't automatically be a budget in place to fill it. You've got funded vacancies on the one hand and unfunded vacancies. If you then look externally, when the AG looks at a municipality and at our different organizational structure, macro, micro, the AG would indicate to us, and has, that you can't continuously for years on end sit with so many vacant positions. Either fill the positions or remove the vacancies, because it becomes an audit query. So that is where the problem comes in for the department. Hence, we've started a process, and I'm in the middle of that process. That's one of the functions I do as the Chief of Staff. I do organizational design and coordinate that process within the department. The structure that we have received, yes, approved at that time, still approved because it's still on the structure, approved structure, is not a feasible structure for the Metro Police. It's not implementable, it's not practical, it's not funded. We are restructuring that process totally, and it will probably be a lesser number because we are not in a financial situation, not the department, not the city, to fill 4,000 positions. I hope that gives clarity to your questions.
What I'm struggling to comprehend, Commissioner Bolhase, is this. You are already inundated with 2.5 posts or positions. And just on the human resource element, and given what you just discussed now with the Commission, would you say this was the best decision to add this transition to your tasks?
Look, sir, commissioners, I think it was the best decision under the circumstances. I don't want to sound arrogant, but the Chief of Police looked at this and looked at her situation with her top management at that stage and what is available within the TMPD, and determined that I would be the best suited candidate to deal with this. And I'm going to leave it at that. Was it the best decision to move this function back to the Tshwane Metro Police? No. Well, you didn't ask a question about it, so I'm not going to elaborate, but I don't think it was a very good decision by the city to do so. Let me pause there.
Maybe let me ask the question differently. Is it possible, would it have been possible to assign this task to other deputy commissioners? And perhaps to be direct, to say someone like Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini, would that have been possible as well?
It would have been possible for the Chief of Police to do so. But if you understand a policing environment or any semi-military environment, when you find yourself in such a situation, let's call it semi-crisis management, where the chief needs to take control of something and it's unsure what will come out of it, and it's an interim situation because we already expected as a department to appoint a deputy chief round about October 24 onwards, between October and December. But, you know, with recruitment processes, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it wasn't forthcoming, and then the appointment eventually only came in March the next year. It would be typical for a chief of police to give such a function because it's interim to the chief of staff. If it was more on a semi-permanent basis, which we didn't know at that time, she could have made another decision and given it to another deputy chief. We were under the impression it will be anything between 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 months, but it ended up being 8 months. So that is my view.
My concern was that you seem to have been overloaded, but I accept that answer. Can we then deal with, because we're dealing with the human resource element, can we deal with the budget and the procurement element of this move? And that would be, if you can just pick it up from 4.2 of that report.
I can. Commissioners, 4.2 is the heading Budget and Procurement Related Matters. 4.2.1, Appointed Security Service Providers. The city appointed 22 security service providers through tender TMPD 02-2016 was supposed to be a /.17 to supply the physical security, in brackets guarding, services to protect the property, assets and personnel of the city of Tshwane for a period of 3 years with effect from 1 February 2022. The monthly service contract for the appointed service providers amounts to 50 million, which equates to 600 million per financial year. On the next page on top, Commissioners, the security service providers provided a total of 2,559 security guards at 545 sites who operate at the CIRA Grade C security grading level to safeguard the infrastructure assets of the city against theft and vandalism. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes, because it still relates to the,
Okay.
to the budget, yeah.
For Commissioners, 4.2.2, 2023-24 adjustment budget. The operational budget allocation for asset protection services was increased by 305,611,361 rand from 489,374,219 rand and 15 cents to 794,985,580 rand. This was due to a request for additional funding, request submitted to Group Financial Services for Watchman Services. The original operational budget allocation for Watchman Services was 245 million for 2023-24 financial year, which was not enough to provide the guarding services through the appointed service providers. A shortfall of 305,611,361 rand was indicated. In response to this, the budget for Watchman Services was increased by the indicated shortfall amount to 550,611,361 rand. The 2023-24 capital budget allocation remained unchanged with an amount of 2 million rand under WBS level percentage dash 9.80100.1. And then there's a L or I, PRO1, W, for infrastructure asset protection. The budget provided is for the incorporation of electronic security system. However, the procurement is on the specification level. Should I continue with the indicative budget?
I don't think so.
Before you even go there, I need you to go back just to have a proper understanding of what you were inheriting, essentially. Because if you look at least what is glaring is that there was a clear shortfall already. What would have been the impact of this when it came to you? I accept that this document obviously became only came to your knowledge after the fact.
Yeah. Look, firstly, senior management in the city must all do a Municipal Financial Management Act. I think it's an NQS 6 level course. And it's expected of senior management to know, understand, plan, and proper execute budgets. So when I was instructed to be the caretaker of this function, I knew what the budget was for the financial year. Remember, now we're talking the 24-25 financial year, because the function was moved to us 1st July 2024, correct? When we then looked at the historic information pertaining to this budget, it was a clear indication to both me and the Chief of Police, and I don't want to speak on her behalf, but we work very closely together, that the budgets of the previous financial years were insufficient on a regular basis, if not at all times, which caused whoever was dealing with it, to follow a certain process to ensure there is funds allocated to ensure that services can be delivered through the financial year. I did exactly the same. In the first 3 months, I would determine what would be the actual expenditure. Thereafter, I could do a projection for the remainder 9 months, because you do also in finances in a municipality work with your monthly cost, but quarterly cost, and quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. By quarter 1, you have enough information, 3 months, plus baseline from the previous year, plus historic information to make proper projections for the rest of the financial year, to ensure that service delivery does happen. We had the 22 companies, they provided services at certain infrastructure sites and properties of the city. And then once you determine in your projection that you are going to have a shortfall, it was clear to me that there was a regular short budgeting process, whether that was deliberate, whether that was a financial technique to deal with cash flow. I'm not a CFO, I don't know. But it was cumbersome for us to notice again that this financial year that I was the caretaker or part of it, that we have an under budget. So then we would, and which we did, we will look at the finances and we'll draft a document that is called the upliftment of funds. So a document is drafted to indicate that this is the expenditure, this is the projected expenditure, we're going to have a shortfall of this, that, and the next thing. If you do it properly in the first 3 months and do your calculations and your projections, you can go with such a document to the city and it can be looked at. If you don't do this, you're going to find yourself at the adjustment budget process. Now, the adjustment budget process is exactly what it states. It's the adjustment of your approved budget. You can't legally procedurally come and ask for more money in an adjustment budget. So if you don't do your work and you come to the adjustment budget only and ask for additional funds for watchman services, then it means the CFO in the city will have to find funds somewhere else within the approved budget and allocate it to watchman services. So that is what I was grappling with, and we went the route of early financial detection to determine we're going to have a shortfall. We started the process of upliftment, and that upliftment process was subsequently approved. It's recommended by the Chief of Police. It is recommended by the CFO. It is signed off and approved by the accounting officer.
And Commissioner, just to understand, this only relates to the ad hoc, to the watchman service, this budget, not the ad hoc services.
This relates to the total budget for watchman services and all information known to you. If additional ad hoc services comes in, it would not have been included in that, because you cannot do upliftment for funds or adjust your budget on maybes. It must be factual information. The books must balance. It must be available to be audited, to be clear cut that this is the finances allocated for watchman services and expended accordingly. So no, ad hoc services, unknown ad hoc services would not have been covered by that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you say, having considered this report, say if you had it when you were being given the task of handing over in a transitional period, would you say you would have benefited from this report if it came to you on time?
I can say I would have partly benefited, but this, in my view, is not a good handover report because it dwells on information that's readily available to anyone if you go look for it. I would have expected a handover report indicating to us as a department this, plus further historic information on the budget. Why was the budget done the way it was done? Why was it short budgeted for? What was the reasons? And what are the information, where's the information on all the sites that have been deemed critical, the sites that are not critical, the sites that we don't cover at all, what has been done in regards to filling the structure, what has been done in regards to human resources, the absorption, it doesn't really touch on that. So I find big holes in this report in hindsight, but it is what it is. As you know, I did not receive this report. We were in the dark and we dealt with it on an ongoing basis.
Maybe lastly, on the issue of the report or the handing over process, did you at any stage ask for a handover report or a handover meetings from the city manager's office, it being the city manager or the group head, Baledi Marota, at any stage of the handing over?
Look, it was understood by us that we were supposed to get a handover report. I don't have documentation in front of me like emails and that, but we did have one specific meeting with the MMC for community safety. I will have to go check my records on that exact date and time, where we had Mr. Nava Pillay and his support team, Mr. Malachi and his team, myself, I believe the Chief of Police was also there, where it was agreed upon that all the information would be made available to us and in writing, emails, reports, at a certain time, and that wasn't forthcoming. I didn't, perhaps, in hindsight, made enough of a follow-up, but if you've thrown in a deep end with such a thing, you find your way, and that's what we did. We started sourcing the information ourselves. We looked at what we had in front of us, and we were very busy starting the new tender as well, because we had to immediately, I think we started in August, immediately started with a new tender because the current tender was to expire soon, and it's quite a process in the city to start a new tender. So yes, I know about that one specific meeting. There could have been some emails as well. I'm not confident to say exactly how many or what it was, yeah.
Yes, okay,
I
no,
want,
thank you.
Deputy Chief, I want to take you back to your response to the second last question by Mr. Musigidi. I just want to make sure that I understood you. Did you mean that there is no budget whatsoever for ad hoc security services?
Yes. Look, as I explained before, Commissioner, if ad hoc has come in already and it's now part of the operationalization on a daily, monthly basis, then that would have been counted in and worked in. Look, this was maybe unplanned for, but now it's part and parcel of the operations. That would have been covered by the budget.
But something that may arise from
Unplanned.
that point onwards, that's not budgeted for whatsoever?
No.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigidi.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolhais. And just understand, there is no attack on you. The difficulty we have is that if the handover was mismanaged or was botched to begin with, and you were left to be on an autopilot and you had to find your way, we need to understand, because ultimately we now know that there were challenges that came with this transition when things happened without even your knowledge. And we trying to find out exactly where the problem might be. And this is like I said, there's no attack on you, but it's just trying to understand. Remember, as the commission, as we said, we don't even know, and the question was posed to you, we don't even know why this unit was initially moved. And it's not even clear why it was moved back again. But when that is done, the handover process is not done in a way that, as you testified, in the most, one would have said, acceptable manner to allow you to do what you are supposed to do. And it's really on that score that I keep on asking you this question to say, did you make sure that you do your best as well to make sure that you are given a proper handover?
Look, once the ugly things come out, it's not so easy to say you've done your best, because you scrutinize yourself and you think to yourself, what could you have done better? So I'm a very hard person on myself. Have we done the best? No, I don't think we have. Could we have done much better? Yes, we could definitely have done better. Could I personally have done more? I should have. And I stand for what I've done and what I haven't done. I'm an honest person. But it's clear, looking back now at what has transpired, that there are elements within the city and in our department that uses the processes and things in place. They use that as a mechanism for their corruption and for their ill doings. We were used as decent, law-abiding, loyal officials. Both me, the chief of police, other officials, we were used because it happened under our nose. And it's shameful. We could have done better, but it comes again to you trust people. You don't want to enter into a space with an immediate mistrust. But if there would have been any form of indication to us, to me, I could have maybe put in more measures in place to ensure that the system is very tight and that wrong things can't creep through. I think that's all I can say about that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, can I just to make sure that I understand the import of what you're saying, are you saying that the movement of APSS from the Office of the City Manager to TMPD, that in itself, is that what you're referring to when you say you were used? And had you known better, you would have responded better. Is that relocation that you're complaining about as you being used and taken advantage of?
Madam Commissioner, not necessarily, but that could be the case. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm referring to once the move was done to the department
Yes.
and the day-to-day running of the division, which was handled by Director Malachi and his team. In that day-to-day running,
Yes.
under our noses,
Yes.
things happened, and in that we were used.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we then go to what we say, the uglies? We now know that you did inherit as part of the transition, this tender 02, 2016, 2017. Can we deal with that? It's from paragraph 17 of your statement, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 17 under E, tender TMPD 02-2016-17. I inherited the above tender with the transfer of APSS. In this tender, the city appointed 22 security service providers to supply the physical security, in brackets guarding, services to protect the property, asset and personnel of the city of Tshwane for a period of 3 years with effect from March 2022. Paragraph 18,
Commissioner, I think we do have the names of the companies, the 22 companies on record. Can you then go to paragraph 19?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paragraph 19, I had to oversee the implementation of this tender going forward until such time that the new Deputy Commissioner was appointed to take over. On to the next page, 20, paragraph 20. To reiterate the context of the tender, the above tender for the supply of physical security to protect the property, assets and personnel of the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality originated from a request to advertise, which is a TAR, T-A-R, a tender issued by Mr. Tsukudu Malachi, Director Protection Services, on 8 July 2016, co-signed by the then Deputy Chief of Police Specialized Services, Mr. R.R. Mashlaule, and approved on 19 July 2016 by the then Chief of Police, K.S. Ngubeni, the late K.S. Ngubeni, may his soul rest in peace. The TAR and specifications are attached as Annexure SB2 to Mr. Revospe's statement, and I need to not attach the same herein. 21. The background to the tender has been dealt with sufficiently by witness Deputy Revo Spies and Chief Yolanda Faro, which I agree with and do not repeat.
Yes, carry on. Under the topic of uploading of purchase orders between January 2025 and February 2026.
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 22 under F. I have come to learn that the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gareth Menisi, and Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini communicated with each other on 5 March 2025 by sending messages through Sergeant Fani Nkosi in relation to the creation of purchase orders for ad hoc security services. Paragraph 23. The purchase orders created out of this process were registered on the TMPD system only on the following day, 6 March 2025. These included purchase orders for ad hoc services, ostensibly procured from Gubis 85 Solutions Pty Limited, in the aggregate amount of 13,635,133 rand and 60 cents. In brackets, it gives the number without VAT. It's 11,856,638 and 14 cents plus VAT. A spreadsheet listing these purchase orders is attached as Annexure SB3. All of these amounts were paid to Gubis 85 Pty Limited. Paragraph 24. Though these purchase orders were created and loaded on 5 and 6 March 2025, after my acting stint as caretaker of APSS, some of these purchase orders refers to work and services allegedly provided during my tenure as caretaker. 25. I am aware that Commissioner Revo Spies already pointed the obvious skewed allocation of work favouring Gubis 85 Solutions Pty Limited. Paragraph 26. I reiterated that I never gave permission, nor was I aware of such allocation of work to Gubis 85 Solutions Pty Limited during the time in question, and in particular January 2025, February 2025, or to any other company.
Commissioner Bolhuis, is that not itself irregular, that purchase orders are only created many months after the work is done? Is the practice not that in order to allocate work to somebody, a purchase order has to be created? Why is it here, for example, that on the 6th of March, you've got purchase orders created and loaded on the system, but the work in some instances was done the previous year in 2024?
Commissioner, I'm not a financial expert, but I'm not 100% sure about that process. I would assume that once the sites have been allocated to a service provider, you would receive an invoice. Then the invoice in the department will go to the financial section. A purchase order would be created, and then I believe it goes to supply chain management, to the buyers to do something, and then payment from the CFO's office.
So the purchase order is created after the invoice?
I'm under correction, but I do think so. I'm not sure.
And isn't that a problem? Because my understanding of procurement is a purchase order is an indication of the goods and services that you would have ordered, and it will give you an indication of how many people, what is the price, and what is going to be deployed. And that prepares you then for when the work is done, the invoice that is issued will match the purchase order. and you verify, so you compare one with the other and you say, these are the goods and services that I've asked for. They were provided, the invoice matches the purchase order, then I can make the payment. But if you get a purchase order after the invoice and many months after the work is done, what service did you procure and what did you use to procure the service?
I see your sentiment there, Commissioner. We have to also keep in mind that this is an approved contract, approved service providers, and ad hoc services were then allocated to a service provider, in this case seemingly irregular, but let's say for argument's sake it wasn't, and in an approved contract with an approved budget, and then it's invoiced, and then it goes to the department financial section for the further processing, and that includes the purchase order. But as I say, I'm not in a position to speak on finances that much. The CFO will be able to clarify that in detail, and even Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, who's in charge of our financial, overall in charge of the financial section in the department.
But it worries me because you say at some point before the process was changed, you were responsible for co-signing invoices after Director Malachi had approved them.
Yes.
So if you are not aware of the process and we need to get answers from the CFO, it worries me because it means that people who are approving and co-signing invoices running into millions, I mean, this is 13.6 million, are not aware what the process is, and they are just signing and people are being paid public funds without understanding the process. It's a concern for me.
Noted.
Commissioner Bolhais, are you then saying in response to the question by Commissioner Khumalo, as, and I use the word loosely, as the head of the department, at the APSS unit, you played no role? Or what role did you play? Let me put that, what role did you play when ultimately it comes to the processing and the payments of the service rendered, especially on the ad hoc basis?
Yes, once the operational part is concluded, let's say documents are provided, invoices are generated from the service provider, and it comes through APSS. It goes to the financial section within the department. Once it's there, I do not play another role there. There is a financial process that they follow that has to be in line with the MFMA supply chain management procedures of the city, etc., etc. So I don't play a role how it's put on the system. We as a city use a SAP system. I don't play a role how it moves from the finance section to supply chain management, and I don't play a role how it moves from supply chain management to the CFO and his office for actual payment. I can, as a senior official, make inquiries about late payments, why this has not been done, was all invoices submitted, those kind of things, but not physically part of that financial process.
I know you say somewhat further on in the statement that you had no involvement, you were not informed about the allocation of these
Yes,
ad hoc
I wasn't.
sites. Your internal operating procedures, they don't require that you should be informed when there's a request for ad hoc services so that you can approve, or even it's just for noting. Don't your operating procedures require that?
It is required. It's not a written down standing operating procedure, SOP. well, it should be, but it wasn't at that stage. But as mentioned before in some other remarks I made earlier is, when there's an operational impact, financial impact, and contract impact, I must, as the head, as the overseer of APSS, I must be informed. Because although Director Malachi runs that unit or section division, he runs it basically in totality, day-to-day running, managing the contract. If it starts affecting the budget, he doesn't sit in the top management budget meeting between the deputy chiefs and the chief of police to determine what the status is of the budget, the expenditure, what we must do with upliftment of funds, what we must do with the adjustment budget, etc. So it was clear in our communications, in our meetings, in the way we worked, that this information should have come to my office, because prior in 2024, once again, Klipgat is a very good example. We were informed, I was informed about the ad hoc requirements. It was looked into, it was investigated, it was allocated, funds were made available for that. Whether there was good planning or not, that's another matter. That's the internal issues of a municipality. So there's no ways that the management of APSS could have thought there's no need for the head, the overseer, the deputy chief, not to inform him about these ad hoc services, which will have a severe effect on our budget and operational implications. So yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, just maybe let me understand it from a different angle. It is correct that you wouldn't, as part of your job, be involved in confirming that the actual warm bodies were actually placed by service providers as per invoice. That would not be part of your job.
Definitely not. That would be part and parcel of the management and instructions by Director Malachi. And I did mention it earlier as well about the mid-level people that were supposed to go and check up on the service provider. We call it contract management, to ensure that they actually do what they say they do. Because if they don't, there's a penalty clause that must be implemented. That's part and parcel of the contract and the SLAs between us as a city and these service providers. So it would be their function.
Yes, so you are not involved on that level, on confirming the warm bodies were actually deployed, but also you're not involved in the final leg where the processes, the payment processes are engaged. And I'm trying to understand then your oversight role. Where does it start? Where does it end? And is it by design, which is something that this commission might have to speak to when it makes a recommendation? Or is it something that had to do with you perhaps being overwhelmed by 2.5 posts that you're already engaged with? Or are there any other factors that maybe we need to consider that led to this difficulty? What's your comment?
Yeah, look, in hindsight, I would say it's a combination of some of those factors, and it was a flawed process. I understand when the commissioner raised the serious concerns about not knowing the actual financial processes, how it unfolds. And if one look at it, standing back and look at it like you now looking at it holistically with a bird's eye view, you need to be more hands-on, especially if your staff is not in place, your systems are not in place, you don't have all the resources, as Deputy Chief Spes is, and as he continues to involve himself more and more into this space and putting systems in place and instructions and so forth, more information is coming out and it's managed in a much better way. So I would believe, yes, a combination of those things, but definitely flawed from my side. Oversight should have included the complete process till it leaves the financial office when it goes to supply chain management. Whether that would have stopped irregularities, I doubt it. But look, if you have to fall on your sword for not doing enough, you have to fall on your sword.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, can we then move to the next topic, which deals with, I think we touched on it a bit, the allocation of...
I'm just looking at time. Maybe let me ask my question and then it will take us to lunch. Because I see you have 2 minutes. If you're starting a new topic, it's going to compromise it. Just out of interest, Commissioner Boles, did the Auditor General raise any issues in the 24-25 financial year about the ad hoc security services? Was there any finding in relation to those? Do you know?
I can't recall, Commissioner, but I can't say with certainty. I would have to check. Once again, a CFO would be able to immediately answer that, but I can't recall. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
And how does it work with your departments? Is there an internal audit that audits individual departments and then you submit your reports for the full audit of the city? Or is TMPD audited individually? How does it work exactly?
We have internal audits in the city. It falls under the Group Audit and Risk Department, GAR, and they have the internal auditors. They do internal audits as they see fit in all departments. They do further internal audits if there's a pre-indication by the AG that there's something untoward or something that they've picked up irregular in a department or in multiple departments. They also advise on a high level what procedures and systems to be and policies to have in place to ensure that we don't necessarily cause our own demise by causing unnecessary audit findings. Then in the department, in the Metro Police Department, we have a very small component that works closely with the internal auditors, but also looks internally to educate, to coordinate, and to manage possible audit issues, and to ensure that management is aware of where there could be issues and where management action plans must come into place to ensure that we rectify matters. So those are the processes in place.
And will you check for us to see if they did not flag this issue of
For
allocation of
IPSS.
ad hoc security services?
I will check in the break. I'll see if I can find that information.
You may have to do it in a supplementary statement.
That's fine.
I don't want you to just say, I checked, this is what they said. Because remember, this must be evidence before the commission.
We will do so, Commissioner, definitely.
All right, thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
company, including Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, or any other service provider. In particular, I was not privy to the allocation of additional ad hoc sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd. As a result, I would not, and I do not know the number of sites allegedly allocated to Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Limited, nor the value of the services provided by Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Limited, save to what has already been presented to the Commission through the evidence of Commissioner Revo Spies. Paragraph 30. However, I was not consulted by Director Malachi, nor by the then Senior Superintendent, now Colonel, Dr. K.E. Madlanga, nor by the then Inspector, now Superintendent/Major, Lebogang Piri, about the allocation of sites in question. Paragraph 31. I reiterate that I have later become aware that during my time, sites were allocated to Gubi's 85 Solutions, Pty Ltd, and others without my knowledge and or involvement. I deal with this in detail below.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may proceed under the next topic, delegation of authority and attached responsibilities.
Thank you. Commissioners, H, delegation of authority and attached responsibilities. Paragraph 32, as indicated above, it has come to my knowledge recently that the then Inspector Piri allocated numerous sites to one of the service providers, Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd. The schedule of sites allocated to Gubi's 85 Pty Ltd during January 2025 is attached as Annexure SB4, notification for deployment letter signed by Mr. A.L. Piri. Paragraph 33, Inspector Piri was an inspector, Asset Protection Services. In such a position, he does not ordinarily have the necessary powers and or delegation to allocate sites to any service provider. Paragraph 34.
So before you proceed, as Inspector, Asset Protection Services, what are his functions and responsibilities or powers even?
On that level, Madam Commissioner, and in the attachment where we look at the job description of a generic inspector, it is a low-level supervision position. So I would then assume that he would have exercised supervisory role over junior personnel. It's not a management position, it's a entry-level supervisory level.
But supervising the juniors that is supervising, what functions do they perform? I mean, I assume he doesn't supervise across the board, this in the TMPD or even in the APSS. There are certain functions that are performed by the juniors that he's supervising.
Yeah, I don't know his exact functions in APSS or what his functions was at that time, but it would have coincided with that level. So if a supervisory role on that level, he would have had to exercise those powers over junior members, and that would have then included security guards, but I don't have his actual functions of APSS in front of me.
Maybe let me ask the question differently. The powers to allocate sites to service providers, is that a power that is reserved for management level?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you say he wasn't management at the time? Thank you.
Commissioner Boles, now that you've seen these documents in SB4, it is 42 allocations over a space of 2 months, running into millions of rands. allocated to one company. Now that you've seen this, so you can just have a quick look at it from page 67 to 109 of file 1. Now that you've seen it, what do you have to say about it?
Commissioner, it is clear that it's irregular and it was completely illegal to do so, and that the person that allocated those sites, Mr. Piri implicated, had no authority to do so. I believe he will be in front of the Commission soon to answer to those things. As indicated before, the day-to-day running and management of APSS and management of the contract was duly the function of Director Tsukuru Malachi, and could have never been delegated, in my view, to such a junior person to allocate sites. And never was these sites indicated to me, and I became knowledgeable of that after the fact.
I don't want to state this as a fact yet because we're still investigating and we're still to hear from the other witnesses. But looking at this, it shows me how easy it is for outsiders to capture a municipality and basically have a blank check as far as municipalities' funds are concerned, because there's no supervision. Somebody who's not authorized to send security guards to sites in a space of a month from the 14th of January until 13th February 2025. It's a space of a month. He signs this, and it's 42 of them. And the money involved is millions of rands. It's not thousands, it's millions of rands of public funds.
I agree with you.
So somebody must account for this.
I totally agree with you. And if I may comment on that, yes, as I said, I totally agree with you, and someone must account, or many, or whoever needs to account. And I remind you of what the Chief of Police also mentioned, that these things must be further investigated and will be investigated to determine what needs to happen. But you are 100% correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Paul Hayes, can you then continue? I think you were dealing with paragraph 34, which will deal with, it's a summary of Annexure SB4. So could you continue then from 34 downwards?
I can do that. Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 34, it is clear from Annexure SB4 mentioned above that Mr. Piri is a signatory, issued notification letters to the directors of Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, in terms of which Team PD purportedly allocated various sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd for the provision of security services. Such notification letters can be summarized as follows. 34.1, the first batch was issued on 14 January 2025, effective from 15 January 2025. 34.2, the second batch was issued on 21 January 2025, effective on the same day. 34.3, the third batch was issued on 13 February 2025, effective from 15 February 2025. And 34.4, each notification letter mentioned the name of the allocated site, number of security officers to be deployed, number of patrol vehicles, and monthly cost per site. Then paragraph 35 continues. It would then appear that during the period of 14 January to 13 February 2025, Inspector Piri allocated 40 sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd to the value of 14,101,520 rand and 89 cents. The schedule of invoices by Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd during the set time is reflected in Annexure SB5 attached above.
Commissioner, I counted 42, so maybe my counting is incorrect, but 67 to 109 gave me 42, so.
It might explain the other two. This one might be attributed to Madihlabe, Commissioner. Yeah.
Can we add to your statement then that the sites allocated to Gubis were 42? And out of that 42, Piri was responsible for 40. I
Okay.
think that's a more accurate statement.
Yes, we can do so. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Apologies for that. Paragraph 36, I repeat that during January 2025 to February 2025, as the caretaker, I never allocated these sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Limited, nor did I instruct Inspector Piri to do so, nor did I give him permission or the delegated authority for him to do so. Paragraph 37.
Before you do that, the reporting line, so you are the caretaker.
Yes.
And then who is on a daily basis? I think you say Malachi.
Malachi is the director, the manager over the whole function, yes.
Okay. So would it be correct to say that he would have had, if you did not delegate or give Piri this power, Malachi would have had to be the next person to have given him, assuming that Malachi had that power in the first place.
That would be the assumption,
He would
yes.
have been the one that delegates him, or that gives him the power to do this.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Paragraph 37, in my view, Inspector Piri did not have the power or authority to allocate sites to security service providers. The allocation of sites would have been the function of APSS management, specifically Director Malachi, who was the director in charge of APSS function to allocate such sites.
Just to be clear, if Malachi, Director Malachi were the one that had authorized these allocations of ad hoc services, would you take issue, and not so much about budget issues, but the exercise of that power? Would you say he didn't have that power? Or even if he had that power, he still needed my approval? Would you have raised issue with that?
I would have a serious issue with that.
And the issue would be what? What would be the complaint?
The issue would be that he is busy allocating operational responsibilities to service providers that might or will have a serious impact on your daily operations, your budget allocations, and contract management. And the fact that he doesn't inform his management of his actions, which is expected of him to do so. So that will be a serious issue, and that would be an issue for further internal investigation and possible disciplinary steps.
I guess what I'm asking is this a matter that was within his powers to do? He may well have been, let's say, reckless at best to carry on doing it and exhausting the budget as it turned out to be. And he may have had a misstep, assuming all is innocent, a misstep not to inform you when he should have informed you. So I'm putting those as innocent facts. If that were so, would he have a good answer to say, but this was a matter that's within my powers? I could do this, I could allocate ad hoc services or deployments without reference to my superior.
I believe it is in his powers to allocate such sites, but I don't believe it is proper for him to do it in isolation from the department. And as his direct supervisor, and because of what I've explained before, the implications of such allocations or what might happen, it would have been his duty to at least consult and report it to top management. But as he was the day-to-day, the manager managing the whole process plus the contract, it would be in his ambit to allocate sites.
Maybe finally, if these allocations were made within budget and there was no picture that we have now, which is Gubi's being favored, appears to have been favored because they got the chunk or the bulk of these allocations. If those were not issues, let's say there was fair distribution amongst Gubi's, Triotic, I think is the other. Triotic, and there's another company, a third company whose name I don't remember. If there'd been a fair distribution and all of that was done within budget, the Watchman Services budget, you would not have an issue that he made those allocations. Would you have an issue if he made those allocations and did not inform you or seek your approval even?
I would still have a serious issue with him.
Okay?
And look into the issue. Either if it was an innocent mistake, rectify it, put a management principle in place. If it was done deliberately and it can be proven, I would take up disciplinary steps against him as the manager, because the adding on of additional sites, whether, let's say for argument, as you state, Madam Commissioner, that it would have still been in budget and all of that, and fair distribution, it places an additional burden on that division and on the operational capacity, and it could in future lead to further challenges, such as miscommunications, such as non-transparency, maybe even AG findings. In my logical thinking, it would be improper for any manager in any organization, in any type of work, to allocate additional operational responsibilities with financial implications, even though there's budget, and not inform the organization itself. And in that case, it is the next line of supervision.
Yes.
Because it defeats the purpose of the collaboration we have as departments and heads of departments and senior personnel of departments with service delivery departments, to ensure that for the right reasons, ad hoc services are allocated to water, electricity, or whatever the case might be. And that would have then been in the dark.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, where do we find provision for Mr. Malachi's power to make the allocations?
Commissioner, this is it stems from the level that he occupies. He's the director, the highest ranking official in APSS. He's responsible for, and it was commonly known, as we received the function back from the city manager, it was commonly known and understood that Director Malachi was the man, the person that ran APSS, that managed the day-to-day running, managed the contract. So if you are asking, was there a specific document penning this down?
Yes, that's
No,
exactly.
there is no such document, but it was commonly known and commonly expected. And if you also look, which I don't have in front of me, but if you look at his job profile and job description, it would clearly indicate management responsibilities to that of APSS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair would have also noticed from the documents that initiated this entire tender that Malachi would have been the person, a contact person through and through, and the custodian, so to speak, of this document from the very first advertisement. But it might well be that it will be canvassed with him tomorrow when he comes, in terms of the legislative powers where he sources that power to allocate. But it has been common cause that he has been the ultimate responsible person, even when this function was moved between different units. Now, Commissioner Bolhayes, just to round off the point, as was canvassed with you by Commissioner Baloyi, the Commission this morning had a couple of service level agreements that were signed by Commissioner Spies. But it was very clear that in those documents, it was very clear on the face of it that he was signing on behalf of Commissioner Faro. So that's clear that it is a delegated power. Now, I want you to have a look at page 67 of the panel in front of you. It's one of the notification for deployment. Keeping in mind what I've just said to you, now this is just one of the notices signed by Mr. Piri. And my question to you is that on the face of it, prima facie, does it appear that the power that was exercised there was delegated power?
Through you, Commissioners.
Please repeat that, Mr. Musugidi.
The position to Commissioner Bolhayes is this: the signature there of Mr. Piri, does it prima facie appear to be a signature exercised as someone who has been delegated the power through somebody? And Chair, I have said juxtaposed to the SLA that we saw this morning, where it was very clear that the person designated for that position to sign those SLA, it was very clear it was Faro, but the signature would have been for Spies. If the chair follows.
During a time when Deputy Chief Spies was acting.
Indeed,
So in that acting capacity, he was effectively the chief.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But even when they were signed, it was clear that even then, he was still acting through under delegation, that 2-day extension that he received as the chief. And that's a question really, well, the proposition I'm putting to Commissioner Bolhayes to say, on the face of it, does it appear
Deputy Chief, do you know or don't you that Mr. Piri had a delegated power to sign these documents from 67 all the way to the last one, excluding the 2 signed by Dr. Madi, by the doctor? Madishawa, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me answer this in different parts. Firstly, Mr. A.L. Piri, I can with confidence say he didn't have delegated powers, because he couldn't have had delegated powers. If Director Malachi delegated authority downwards, he would have delegated it to Mr. Maslangu, who is the immediate level under him. It's like me. I'm a Deputy Chief of Police. I cannot delegate my authority and accountability to an inspector working in my office. It cannot happen. It would be illegal. It will be nonsensical. It would not be valid.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. So if I look at the face value of this document, there's no indication on this document that Mr. Piri is acting on a delegated authority, because it's not stated in the document. Secondly, it is signed in his own information, signature, and level as an inspector. So this document is irregular.
And on what you said on delegation, there are instances where some functionaries do not even have the power to delegate.
Exactly.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigidi.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we had paragraph 39. 38, in fact, of your statement with reference to Dr. Madiklabe. Can you pick it up from there then?
Excuse me. Paragraph 38. I point out that as part of Annexure SB5, referred to above, there are 2 notification letters that were signed by Dr. K.E. Mariglaba, Senior Superintendent, APSS. 39.
Perhaps there, just to keep in mind the question by both the Chair and Commissioner Baloyi, would you still have the same difficulty with Dr. Madiklabe having signed at least those 2 notices? The same problems you had with Mr. Piri?
I would have exactly the same comments and the same challenge and the same disregard. It's irregular, totally irregular.
You can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. 39, it would appear that Dr. K.E. Mariglaba allocated 2 sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions, Pty Ltd, through notification letters dated 21 January 2025 and 20 January 2025 respectively. These notification letters deployed 24 security officers per site, 2 patrol vehicles for one site, and 1 patrol vehicle for another site. The total value attached to these allocated sites was 1,060,345 rand and 2 cents per month. Then 40, I emphasize that while acting as caretaker, I did not authorize Dr. K.E. Mariglaba to allocate the 2 sites to Gubi's 85 Solutions, Pty Ltd, nor did Dr. K.E. Mariglaba have authority to allocate sites because such authority lies with the Director, APSS, Mr. Malachi. At no stage has Mr. Malachi informed me that he gave permission for the allocation of these sites and/or that he delegated the allocation of sites to Mr. Piri and to Dr. K.E. Mariglaba. 41.
Before you go there, can we then quickly go to Annexure SB5, which is on page 110? Are you there, Commissioner?
I am.
Yes. You would see that document there on top, it says summary of sites allocated to Gubis by Piri, and it mentions the source of this table. What really I want to ask from you, and we can benefit probably from your knowledge, you would notice that, especially on page 1, except for the first 2, all of these notices are dated the same day, and with all of them, the effective date being the 15th of, so they are drafted on the 14th, and the effective date being the 15th of January, and in the next column, you'll see that it's a number of personnel deployed, and then the patrol vehicles, and then the amounts per allocation.
Yes.
My question to you, and it goes on to page 2 as well, is this plausible, this type of allocation done by one person, essentially in one day, and especially going to these amounts? Is it plausible?
Look, on the look and the first glance of this document, summary document of these allocations, it looks irregular. But I'm not saying that it's impossible to have an emergency situation within the city and you have to make a very quick decision of allocating of sites. But then you would follow the procedure that I have mentioned before a few times. The example was the Klipgat scenario, but it could even be an immediate emergency. You could have, for argument's sake, a piece of infrastructure of the city and the outside perimeter of such infrastructure received extensive damage from a nature incident. And you must now allocate. Then, if Director Malachi would phone me at home and say, Deputy Chief, we've got this situation, it's urgent, we need to allocate 4 security officers to such and such an infrastructure due to this, and then I can give verbal permission and the paperwork can follow tomorrow and the procedures would follow correctly. But to do it in this way, allocating sites by a junior person, and there's no further communication on a high level or an assessment done or a pre-approval done, that's why I say when you look at it, at the look of it, it looks irregular, and we now know this is irregular. I hope that answers your question.
I think my question is a bit more pointed than that. The question is this. This allocation, compared to your example of one incident, what we have here is a situation where deployment cuts across almost all the regions in Pretoria on the same day. You will see, I know you've mentioned Klipgat, there's Moreleta, there's Karina, there's Valhalla, there's Centurion, there's Rayton, there's Eldurus. It cuts across. Hence I'm saying, is it plausible? All in one day, if we accept that ad hoc, it's supposed to be for exact that purpose.
It doesn't seem possible to me. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. I cannot get my mind around this. I can't think of a scenario where this could be possible.
Just ask to get to the point where Inspector Piri issues that deployment letter. He surely doesn't make the decision himself that this site requires deployment. There has to be a request.
Yes.
From from which, is it a department, is it a unit that generates that request which he would then execute?
Normally, Madam Commissioner, such a request would come from the service delivery department,
Okay.
be that waterworks, electricity, or whatever the case may be.
Okay, so if this is done properly, this deployment, if it was done properly,
Yes, ma'am.
it would have been generated by that service department, and you would expect to find a record of a request for a deployment to a site.
Definitely, Madam.
Yeah.
Everyone in the city, at least on management, senior management level, knew at that stage that Metro Police is the custodian of APSS. It was common knowledge that I was the caretaker. They have access to the Chief of Police. In such a case, the department would internally resolve it with its own group heads and cluster heads, and such a request would come through either directly to Director Malachi, but I would have been copied by the department, and so the Chief of Police, and so the COO, and so maybe the Office of the City Manager and the CFO, because there could be financial implications, like with Klipgat and other examples. So this is totally irregular, unauthorized, not following any standard communication procedure or authority or delegation or any of those
Okay.
whatsoever.
Is it correct, this proposition, that at the very least, you would expect that there was a request to Director Malachi.
Yes.
Let's say you were not copied and all the other people, but because Inspector Period is not, his position is not to receive those kind of requests. They are not directed to
Yes,
him.
definitely not.
Okay, so it would have been directed to Director Malachi, and then assuming all is done properly, he then says to Piri, you go ahead and issue the deployment letter if that were done properly. But at the very least, you expect a request to Director Malachi.
100% correct.
Okay, thank you.
I want to just follow up on this document on page 110, just have a look at it. It's the same document we are looking at. It runs to page 112, and that's where you have the total figure of 14 million, which also appears on page 10, paragraph 35 of your statement. And my problem with this is that your statement does not reflect the actual amount paid to Gubis arising from this allocation letters. Because if you look at the allocation letters, let's take the one on page 67, for example. Please go to page 67. What they do is they give you the effective date of the allocation and the deployment. And then they give you the total monthly rate, which in that case you see is 406,000. Do you see that?
I do.
So it seems to me that what you have done is you've calculated the grand total in all these 42 allocation letters, and that's how you arrive to your 14 million.
I have to assume that is correct.
And let me tell you
Commissioner.
what my problem with that is. We know that these allocations were only stopped at the end of June.
Yes,
So you must multiply that by another 5 months to get to the actual figure. So what will assist us is actually proof of payment to Gubis arising from these allocation letters, because then we can know how much Gubis was paid. It may be that it is 14 million, but it could be as high as 60 million. Because what you have done here with your calculations is that you've just taken the grand total in the 42 allocation letters, and that grand total gives us 14 million.
yes.
But that's only for 1 month. It's not for the full period when these services were, the ad hoc services were provided.
I understand your concern and your question, Commissioner. I'm giving evidence only on this portion. So what you are asking can be given, but most probably from a supplementary statement by Deputy Commissioner Spies.
Yeah, because what you gave us in paragraph 35, read with these two documents, including the one on page 112,
Yes,
is not the full picture.
I agree. Totally agree, yes.
Thank you.
It's just for that period of time that
It's
I'm
for 1
giv-
month, that's what it is.
Yes,
For 1
that is 100%.
Let me take you to pages 111 and 112, Deputy Chief. At 111, you will see on the right margin, there are two entries that say Madlanga signed this notification latter, not later. Latter is in L-A-T-T-E-R. So there are two of those entries, one after the other. Do you know what this means? If you've dealt with it, please forgive me. Do you know what this means?
If I understand your question correctly,
Yes.
Commissioner, these are the two out of
These
the...
are the two, I assume these are the two by Dr.
Madlanga.
Madlanga, yes,
Yes,
yes, yes.
That is
So,
correct.
But what I'm asking is, Madlanga signed this notification latter. What does that mean?
I'm not sure this was prepared.
Chair, I can assist
Yes.
as to what that means, Chair.
Yes.
Perhaps the easiest way, if the commissioners have the first file with them, and the easiest reference I can make, it's on page 22.
22.
I think
So
in the-
that's
in
not
this-
where we have a collection of all these with the one signed by Dr. Madlanga, somewhere in the middle,
No,
something else altogether.
it's specific to the question latter, to the word
Just,
latter.
just a minute.
So the first file, page 22.
Mr. Msikidi, the same file, page 84
Yes.
and 85.
Yes, that's correct. And really the latter part, Chair, perhaps it's not even for the witness to answer. It's really what is apparent there, Chair, is that you will see that the notice on the top right is dated 21 January. And then when you.
2025.
2025, and then you'll see that it will say notification for redeployment. Then this correspondence letter serves as a notification for deployment at Reed Nature Reserve, effective from 21st January 2025 at 6 a.m. on a month-to-month basis. Now, Chair will see that at the bottom right, this is where the question is answered. The date there by both Dr. Madlanga and Khumalo, not this Khumalo, will be the 20th. So that will explain, I think they wanted to say the dates don't match because this date would have been, so this letter would have been signed a day before it was produced, if this notice is anything to go by.
There's the 21st January at the top and against the signatures at the bottom, there's 20 January
Indeed.
2025.
It's something amiss that we don't know what to make of them. I don't think this witness will assist us as well what to make of.
Is it not the effective date of the deployment? Because if you read notification for deployment, and then the second sentence after that, effective date from. So it seems to me that those dates reflect not the date when the letter was produced, but the effective date of the deployment.
I accept that, but for the top part, Commissioner Khumalo, of the letter, which is 21st, that's where the anomaly comes. And then it distorts the effective date of the 21st. And I don't think anything for now, at least for this witness, will turn on that, but it might well be that it's something to make of at a later stage, but that's the anomaly that is noted on the table, Chair.
Yeah, I still find it vague.
It is,
Yes.
Chair.
All right, anyway, thank you, Mr. Msikidi.
Thank you, Chair.
I said I was taking the Deputy Chief to pages 111 and 112. So I noticed right at the end that what I assume is a reference to what was signed by Dr. Madlanga was subtracted from the total. Maybe there's an explanation in plain sight, but do you want to tell me why this would have been subtracted?
The document, Commissioner, gives the total value in the red part at the end of the column, which is just over 15 million rand. Then it showcases then the deduction of the two that was signed by Madlanga, which is just over 1 million too. And it comes to that 14 million because the heading of this document at page 110 on top would be a summary of sites allocated to Gubis by Piri. So this then gives the total picture of Piri, and then we know the total picture
So
of...
they are
So
subtracted.
that was, that
because
is
the-
just for that.
Or because the two do not relate to Mr. Piri.
Yes.
It's not about the entire or the full total. All right, okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Ballhays, while we are there, the commission know that Mr. Piri has been placed on suspension.
Yes.
And he's facing a disciplinary hearing in relation to this. What do we know about Mr. Malihlaba for this 1 million?
I know it's part of an investigation, but that's all I know. I'm not privy to the details of that investigation. I'm not involved with it myself. As far as I know, he's not on suspension at this stage, but it's part of an investigation.
Thank you, Commissioner Ballhays. We were going to paragraph 41 of your statement.
Can I continue?
Please
Thank
do.
you, Commissioners. I'll continue at paragraph 41. In summary, an inspector in the APSS cannot allocate services worth millions of rands to service providers under the Municipal Financial Management Act number 56 of 2003, also known as the MFMA, and Local Government Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000, without proper delegation and adherence to procurement protocols. I refer to Annexure SB6, job description of a warrant officer, regional policing, which is a generic job description for a warrant officer, in brackets inspector, it's the same level, within the department. Mr. A.L. Piri functioned on this level, but I have given further explanation on that already. In any case, I'll continue with 42, apologies, Commissioners. Similarly, a senior superintendent in the APSS cannot allocate services worth millions of rands to service providers without specific delegated authority to do so. I further refer to Annexure SB7, job description of a senior superintendent regional policing, which is a generic job description for the level. Dr. K.E. Malihlaba functioned on this level. 43, it is therefore my view from the above that Gubi Solutions Pty Ltd was improperly allocated sites between January 2025 and February 2025. 44, at this point, let me refer the Commission to email correspondence between myself, Director Malachi, and Director Veli Nwandule, in brackets, Director Management and Admin Support. I further refer to Annexure SB8.
Perhaps let's go there, Commissioner Ballhays.
Maybe as you do that, if you just again explain who is Director Nwandule and how does he fit in the department?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Director Nwandule is, as indicated in my statement, the Director for MAS, M-A-S, Management Administration Support. In this directorate, you find a finance section, so he's overall responsible for finance and the departmental budget under the supervision of Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini. Okay. On page 124, Commissioners, that is Annexure SB8.
Commissioner Ballhays, just to follow the correct timeline of these emails, I think you should start on page 128.
128.
Yes. You'll see that at the bottom there. And that will be the email from yourself sent on Wednesday, 2nd of October. at 11:26. Then we'll follow that timeline.
Okay.
So you will read that from 128 and flip over to 129, 128 to 129, then we'll go
No problem.
in terms of the timelines, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. On page 128 at the bottom, it's an email from myself sent on Wednesday, 2 October 2024 at 11:26 in the morning to Director Evelyn Wandule, and in the same line to Sukuru P. Malachi. And I CC'd Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini, Mr. Jethro Seleka, who's also in the finance section, the COP, Mr. Reginald Mashlangu from APSS, Mr. Dr. Elvis K. Mariglaba, Winnie B. Mashlangu, who also works in that office by APSS. Then the next people are my support staff, Cosette van Aswegen and Carlien van Zyl. The subject was, or is, APSS, non-payment of service providers, importance high. Director Wandule, and in brackets underneath Director Malachi. Please urgently advise on the slow, in brackets, non-payment of security service providers. What are the issues and how can we urgently resolve it? Your immediate attention to this will be highly appreciated. Kindest regards by myself. So do you want me to continue?
Yes, then a response to your email would follow at, so it's on 127. You will see at the bottom there, a response from Veli Nwandule on the same day at 13:02.
Yes.
I think you can skip the designation of the email and go to the content.
Yeah, it was sent to everyone.
Yes.
That was already mentioned. Thank you, Commissioners. In that email, page 127 at the bottom, Director Evelyn Wandule responds to all of us and to me and all of us. Good day, Deputy Police. We only need to adhere to some little procedures. I have reported to the unit, the Asset Protection in brackets, that I'm sitting with 35 variable requisitions in my SAP inbox. I also indicated that on each requisition, no SLA, no letter of appointment, no invoices were attached on the system, in brackets, something very strange. In attempting to bring a quick solution, I requested that the SLA letter of appointment be attached on the system or hand-delivered to my office without success. I also requested that the original invoices be hand-delivered to my office without success. Instead, the invoices were sent via email, apparently at the instruction of the Director of Protection Services. Further to unprofessional conduct, the service provider were told the Metro Police cost center owner does not want to pay them. I am still waiting for the original invoices to be hand-delivered as per the promise of the ladies I spoke to, which is, in brackets, Winnie and Ulander. Hope the above is found in order. Kind regards, Velin Wandule.
And then, if you follow the sequence, you will then have to go to page 126. You will see that in the middle of that page, there is a response from one Tsukuru Malachi at 15:20. he now responds to Director Nwandule. Can you take it from there, please?
I can. Thank you, Commissioners. The response is on Wednesday, 2 October 2024, 15:20, from Tsukuru Malachi to Mr. Vele Nwandule, and the rest of us are CC'd. Hi, Director Nwandule. Thank you very much for the email below. I think you would agree with me that asset protection is responsible for the management of this contract. To this end, any documentation relating to the management of this contract must be kept safe by my office for ease of reference and response to all sorts of inquiries. This documents would include, but not limited to copy of contract, the SLA, and monthly invoices. The reason being that the documents are central to the effective management of the project. Audits, which are carried out or conducted frequently by both internal and external institutions, full stop. Therefore, I would like to humbly request that you return the original documents after use for record keeping. Your cooperation in this regard will be highly appreciated. Kindest regards, Tsukuru Malachi.
And then lastly, on the email chain, then you will need to go to page 124. This will be the last email from Vele Nwandule. And you will see that email starts on top of the page, and the time there, it's 18:09 in the evening. Could you just take it from there, from the body of the language? He responds to Director Malachi.
Thank you, Commissioners. On page 124, from the top, from Vele Nwandule to Tsukuru Malachi. Evening, Director Malachi. I herewith acknowledge receipt of your original invoices after a long and unnecessary delay. Thanks to the patient messenger I sent to your offices. I confirm that I only received 22 invoices for the month of August 2024. Your email here under is rather shocking. The Asset Protection Unit is not a new service to the TMPD. It has just been returned, and my expectation was that we were going to have a seamless process in executing our duties and a smooth transition would unfold. It is not news to you that our department has its own finance section, which is responsible for all finance matters of the department, including but not limited to the management of contracts and procurement administration and the administration of the budget. Take note of the following important basics for your attention. On contracts, 1, the TMPD has the contract management subsection, which administers all departmental contracts and ensure their safekeeping. As courtesy to the client division, copies are made on a request and given to whoever makes such a request. I will request that you spearhead handling over the letters of the appointment of the service level agreements for each service provider to the TMPD contract management subsection, in brackets Vusi Mabona, for your convenience. It follows, Commissioners, on the next page, page 125 on top. On monthly invoices, 1, TMPD Finance has one central point of processing all contracted services invoices, and there shall be no confusion/parallel activities elsewhere. Point 2, the responsibility of the client division, in brackets, asset protection, is to receive the invoice, verify the service against the billed amount, sign it off, and send that original invoice to the departmental finance. And Commissioners, you will recall that I previously spoke about this when you asked me when did I stop co-signing invoices. When this process was implemented, it's just confirmation of that. Remember that as a client division, you are an overseer of one of the services of the TMPD. 3, the responsibility of the finance section of the department is to create a requisition for each original invoice received. 4, a received original invoice will be signed by the cost center owner or his nominee before any processing can be done. The requisition creator, SAO-Procurement Services, verifies the contents before requisition is created. 5, the cost center owner will then release requisitions on the system upon satisfaction that all the necessary documents were received and attached on the system. 6, on a lighter note, original invoices belongs to a person who pays. We keep a record of such at one central point. Copies will be made for you upon request. 7, I therefore expect your cooperation regarding the above going forward. Then there is a subheading notable. It's supposed to be anomalies, but anomalies. It starts with a dash. 13 requisitions have been created by yourselves to the tune of 8,282,682 rand 19 cents without invoices, and yet you expected me to blindly release these requisitions. Only you can provide a better explanation to your supervisor and the chief of police on those, and I will be given a go-ahead to release as the cost center owner upon clarity. Lastly, a lie was spread that I want to have a meeting with service providers before I release their payments. A second lie was circulated that I am refusing to release their payments, and you have done everything on your side, whereas you deliberately forgot to inform the service provider that you were refusing to bring the documents that would enable payments for them. I hope it is the last time I'm treated with that level of unprofessionalism. I hope the above is found in order. Kind regards, Veli Nwandule.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's quite a loaded exchange of emails. Because your question was quite, or at least your email was quite simple to say, why is there slow or no payment of service providers? And what you get is this strong exchange of emails between, at least appears to be Veli Nwandule and Tsukuru Malaji. What do you make of this, to your initial question?
Yes, initially I just wanted to have clarity on what is the issue, but I'm extremely glad it unfolded the way it unfolded, because in a subsequent email, I don't know if it's part of this bundle somewhere, but in a subsequent email, I instructed Mr. Malachi to adhere to the financial section's procedure, and that was the instruction. So, yes, at first I didn't expect it, but as I say, it was an eye-opener, and it initiated the process clearly defined so by the finance section, seeing that Director Nwandule, as indicated in his correspondence, he's the cost center owner that releases the funds for these payments, and that he's actually saying to Director Malachi that he's refusing to release payments if not all procedure is followed and documents are handed in as per his explanation, which immediately became the system in place to ensure that this is done procedurally correct. And I must mention that Director Nwandule was correct to say that this is not a new service, basically, if I can paraphrase, in the Metropolis. APSS has been returned back to Metropolis, and it's common knowledge that Metropolis, not like other departments, have their own financial section, because we do deal with contracts and service providers like the watchman services and others.
I think what's concerning to me, Commissioner Bolhais, is that we don't seem to be dealing with the problem of period only in January 2025 or February, so on. This phenomenon of not submitting invoices and all relevant documents seems to have existed, at least when you look at this email, as it's discussed there, as early as October 2024. And this has nothing to do with period, at least on the face of this exchange. What do you make of that, Commissioner?
I am of the same view. I've even got my own suspicions that there could have been a long-standing process of manipulating whatever systems is in place or lack of systems for that matter. Whether that was for financial gain or for corruption, I don't want to be the person that uses hearsay and accuse people without evidence. But I refer again to what Chief of Police Faru said in her witnessing here at the Commission, that all these things will be looked at and must be looked at. It could be, let me use my words carefully, it could be that the systemic rot and corruption has been going on for quite some time, even before the function was returned to the Metro Police, right under our own noses. And yes, I remember exactly the frustration illustrated by the commissioners about why wasn't more done, why didn't we pick up on that, and we hear the sentiment. We don't have proper answers on those. We did fail in that, I agree. We could have done better. But we are here now with this before us, and we have to deal with what we have. And this will definitely be part of that further investigation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bolhais, I think we've just dealt with those emails. We've dealt with paragraph 45 and 46. So perhaps you can just pick it up from paragraph 47 instead.
Before you do that, in these email exchanges, what is set out is their process. That's what Director Nwandule, Mr. Nwandule is doing, setting out the process.
Yes, Madam.
So in respect of the problematic payments, that is to Gubis, because we have these WhatsApp exchanges where Mr. Mnisi is involved in processes of invoices must now be uploaded, there must be an upliftment of the amounts that must be paid, and eventually even the Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is involved in it, right? And eventually somebody says, yes, all sorted, payments will be made. If it's done properly, or when Mr. Malachi does come to testify, which he will do, and Mr. Mnisi testifies, we should expect that this payment process that is lined out by Mr. Nwandule would have been complied with. The documents should be there.
It should have.
For payment eventually to be released.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, the finance section, Director Nwandule or his colleagues would have reported back to me in the time span when I was the caretaker that although they waited, but it was eventually followed. They would have reported back to me that it wasn't followed. Then I could have intervened. So I have to assume that it was followed correctly from that point onwards. Exactly how they manipulated that, I'm not sure. But that will come out most probably in other evidence before you.
Now, Director Nwandule does not define a role for the Chief Financial Officer in this approval
Yes.
of payments matrix. Where does the CFO feature?
The CFO doesn't fit into this process.
Yes.
This process is the same process that the Commissioner asked about, do I know the financial process? And I'm not very well versed in this,
Okay.
but this is the process that is followed within the department when it relates, well, there's processes for all types of finances, but when it relates to contract management. So, as Director Nwandule explained it here in that document, this is the process followed in the department. From there, it goes to supply chain management,
I see.
and from there to the CFO for payment. So the CFO comes into that process.
Okay, thank you.
So just remind me which page, which
We on
paragraph?
page 12, so in paragraph 47.
47.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 47. On 28 February 2025, the City Manager sent an extension letter to Gubi's 85 Solution Pty Ltd. This is attached here to as Annexure SB9. Next page, the total amount paid under TMPD 02-2016/17 to all service providers since inception March 20, in brackets, March 22 to the end of January 2026 is 2,923,467 rand and 84 cents. And that is written again in brackets there. Approximately 730,857,460 rand per year. This much is also confirmed in Commissioner Rebospi's statement.
Chair, perhaps there to just, to be fair, that this extension letter was also sent to the other 21 service providers. It was not exclusive to Gubis. The only question I have for you, Commissioner Bolhase, in this regard is that were you involved in any of the processes dealing with the extension of this tender? Because this letter is dated 28th of February and it's a time that you would have been a caretaker. Were you ever involved in those processes?
I was involved in communication and supply of information, even letters, reports, documentation to the city and to the CFO and also to the BIC in regards to the extension of the contract, yes.
All right.
And maybe also to, just for completeness and just so that there's no confusion, so that this extension, it's the extension not of the ad hoc services, but of the contract itself.
Of the security contract,
Yes.
the bigger security contract, yes.
Thank you.
Because the new tender could not come into place, then as per the MFMA, you have to extend it in a certain procedural manner, which we've done.
Yes. And maybe lastly, in that letter of extension, and this is, I'm not asking, I just want you to confirm if I'm correct. At page 131, there is a number of people there who are copied, I suppose. One of them is Mr. Kane Mbofu in supply chain management. You recognize that name? At 131?
Page 131,
Yeah, there are a number of names there of people that are copied, and at number,
Yes.
at number 4, you've got Kane Mbofu.
yeah, he's a senior person in the supply chain management process of the city of Tshwane.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolhase. Can we then move to the last, at least the second last topic before the remarks, closing remarks? It's the topic dealing with requests for additional funding. That is paragraph 48. Can you take it from there, please?
Thank you. Paragraph 48, I'm aware that to ensure that the team PD can meet its financial obligations during the extension period, a request was made to uplift an amount of 91 million for the 24-25 funds for security services, specifically to pay for the invoices submitted by the service providers for the period of May to June 2025. I attach this letter of request as Annexure SB 10. The request is recommended by the CFO, Gareth Menisi, and the Chief of Police, Commissioner YRC Faro, and approved by the City Manager, Mr. J. Medler.
Chair, this letter, it was dealt with by Commissioner Spies. If my memory serves me well, it might have been dealt with by Commissioner Faro as well. So I don't think there's a need for this witness to go there, especially given that it was during June time where he had stopped being a caretaker, but at least to accept for the point that he will make later on, 2 paragraphs later, why he needs to speak to this, to make reference to this letter. Can you then continue to paragraph 49, Commissioner Borges?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 49. On or about 12 March 2025, I was copied on an email from Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, which stated that the deployment of ad hoc security guards had grown exponentially and indicated that an extra 37 sites were added in January 2025, with a further 6 sites added in February 2025, in total 43 sites. A copy of the mail and the annexures is attached as Annexure SB 11.
Chair, I think the similar comment applies that Commissioner Spies dealt with this letter before the commissioners. We do not need to go there. Commissioner Borges, can you then move to the next paragraph?
Paragraph 50, Commissioners. But I later realized that, in fact, the initial request for the additional funding emanated from a WhatsApp message I received from the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gareth Menisi, sent to me on 25 February 2025. I quote the message below. It's in inverted commas and italics. 25 February 2025. From Gareth Menisi, he says, "Good afternoon, DC. Please assist with loading the approval for budget upliftment. The team needs to upload with the budget team in order to upload payment." And then it says forwarded, and in brackets, in italics again, it says request for additional funds to be made available. Paragraph 51, the message is attached as Annexure SB 12, Year 2.
Can we then go to that WhatsApp message, please?
SB 12.
It's page 143.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, can you take us through that exchange? Who are the participants in that conversation?
Yes, I am. This is a WhatsApp message, Commissioners, on page 143, sorry. It is from the CFO, Gareth Menisi, to me. So,
And sorry, you took a screenshot from your phone.
yeah, I took a screenshot from my phone.
Thank you.
Then it says here, good afternoon. The first messages are other messages. Good afternoon, DC. Please assist with loading the approval for budget upliftment. The team needs to upload with the budget team in order to enable payment. Then there was a forwarded document, request for additional funds to be made available. So that is an actual attachment, a document.
Deputy Commissioner, what is this concept of budget upliftment? I've never encountered it before. What does it mean and what happens there?
It's a term that we, Madam Commissioner, that we use in the city, in the department, it is when you realize, and I spoke about this earlier, when you realize early in the financial year that you are running out of funds for a certain function to complete, that you write a memo or report to the city manager, but via your group head, CFO, etc., to indicate that you do not have enough funds. And please, I'm explaining it from my own experience. I'm not, again, a financial specialist. Where you explain to the city that you need so much funds and you give explanation why and motivation to complete the task or whatever you're busy with. And then the CFO, upon approval, the CFO will uplift funds, meaning he will make funds available.
In this WhatsApp exchanges, good afternoon, DC. This is addressed to you
To me,
by,
Manisi, CFO.
okay. And then, okay. So where it says, thanks, DC will expedite tomorrow. Who's speaking? I'm just trying to make sense of this sequence of communication.
That's not part of this communication.
I see.
I'll have to go back in my records to see what that was part of.
Okay, all right.
That's
But the only relevant part here in this page, the only relevant WhatsApp message is this one, good afternoon, DC, to you.
Yes, plus the forwarded attachment, which is the actual document about the upliftment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So you say the CFO, Mr. Mnisi, would be the one who actually releases funds, but now he wants you to initiate the process so that he may then release funds, correct me if I'm
Yes.
misunderstanding.
Commissioner, let me explain the upliftment permission for the upliftment permission was already done.
Okay.
So he's requesting me to load that information. Once again, I just referred all of that to Deputy Chief Dlamini and the Finance Office because they know what to do with it.
When you say it had already been done, who had done it and at what stage was it? I want to understand the need for you to do something, whatever the something was.
Then sorry, Commissioner, do we have that document on file? The upliftment document, sir?
Would it be the same document?
Am I allowed to consult my phone?
Yes, you may. Yes.
Is it not the same document on 132?
132.
Yeah.
Let me see quickly.
It might not be when you look at the dates, but that's the closest I can come to assisting you, but it doesn't look like it anyway.
I think it's the same one. I just want to check. If you give me a second.
It can't be the same one because the chats seem to date early in 2025 and this document at 132 is dated 30 June 2025.
Commissioners, I cannot open that downloaded, that document that was forwarded to me because it's obviously out of time. So I will have to, if it's not on file, I would be able to make a supplementary statement to that because I do have it on my computer. So what I've done, once I received this message from the CFO, plus the document, I forwarded to Deputy Chief Dlamini, Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini. I CC'd the Chief of Police, CFO, and whomever, relevant people, and I've actually quoted the message verbatim, plus I added that document, and I send it to Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini to say he needs to action this.
Is this what you say had been done already? Is
I-
that
I believe-
what you are referring to now?
I believe so, because when you do upliftment, it's not a process started, you are in consultation with the CFO, but it's not a process started by the CFO. It's a process you start in the department. So we would consult with the CFO, and then we start an upliftment process by writing a document, whether it's a C9 report, which is a typical system we use in the city department, or a memo. And this is addressed to the city manager, and then we explain why, and then the whole process is explained, and then the chief recommends, CFO recommends, it goes to the city manager, and it's signed off. I would make a deduction, because why would the CFO asking me to upload the information if it's not something that has already been done?
Yeah.
So he's obviously waiting for that approved report or memo to be uploaded through our finance section somehow, somewhere, so that he can then release funds.
Release funds, okay. So basically you are saying it was still winding its way within
Yes,
the...
it was still in process.
Within the TMPD.
Yes.
So that's why he's saying, all right, please do it. All right, all right.
But then it would also mean, from the process that you're describing, the point at which the CFO becomes involved, it would mean that this WhatsApp message from him, somebody in your department has alerted him. Your internal departmental processes are not yet complete. That's why he doesn't see this information on the system. So someone in your department must have informed him that this is happening, but it is still holding because of you.
That is possible, madam, or it could have been that that he knows the process is almost in completion because he recommended, and he's now waiting for us, because once a document has been signed off, the Chief of Police recommends, CFO recommends, City Manager signs off. Because the document is originated in the Metro Police, the document returns to the Metro Police. He would know that he signed, because he signed, and that it's probably gone via the City Manager for signature, and it's now returning to the Metro Police. So it's either that, or someone is alerting him, it's still lying by us, and we're hanging on to the document and not processing it. But I'm speculating.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Commissioner Bolhay, so that we don't conflate issues, can you go to page 134?
1, 3, 4.
Yes.
Yes?
Now, this is an email from Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini. I want you to read into the record the very last paragraph of that email.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. The last paragraph of this email states further that you explore the possibility of engaging the requesting sister department and to persuade them to engage the CFO to approve or make funds available for ad hoc duties. That upon approval and availability of the said funds, the necessary journal be made accordingly so that our budget is not overburdened.
So you will see the subject of that email says ad hoc duties versus available budget for APS. And
Yes.
that email would have been sent on the 12th of March. So where I need you to balance us, Commissioner Borges, is that there is this text from the CFO, and then you said you forwarded all of that as a package with the annexure to Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini.
Yes.
And then 2 weeks later, he sends this email where you see at the end there is a request to be made, or someone is requested to persuade the CFO to approve or make funds available. Are the two interlinked, or the SMS, the WhatsApp, and the email?
I would not be able to say with confidence yes, but it could be. It could definitely be. If I look at it from the little that we have before us, it's clear to me that there is a request for more funds the whole time. And there's one thing to ask for upliftment of a budget, to deal with the finances of the contract. Now, this is additional to that, and it is because it mentions ad hoc services. So, someone increase ad hoc services, as we've seen, irregularly, and now there is a further asking for funds for the ad hoc services, for the payment thereof. So how it links specifically, or how far it's integrated, I cannot say, but it seems that way.
Why or how would Deputy Commissioner Dlamini become involved in this to a point where he's got this kind of information and he's sending this email to Deputy Commissioner Spies? What's his involvement in terms of position in a matter like this?
Look, the Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is the divisional head of support and administrative systems. And the finance section falls within that. How much influence he has over the finance section, or does he have, or doesn't he have, I don't know. I don't have any evidence or personal information to that, so I would not know. What happens, what could have happened, and what happens on an ongoing basis within the Metro Police Department is that, let's say there's an issue at finance section, they will elevate the matter to Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini, and he will then consult or collaborate with the other deputy chiefs, either directly or in what we call executive management meeting, EMM short. Then something is brought to the table, we discuss it there, we make a decision, and we move on. So I'm not sure what happened here and what is the precursor to this. But on a quick view, it looks to me like whether this is related to irregular ad hoc and future ad hoc and monies and all that, let's park that for one side. It looks to me on the eye that he is now consulting with Deputy Chief Spies to ensure that sister departments, and I must assume he's referring to where service delivery requests would come from, that they make funds available so that these services can be paid and we don't overburden the budget. That's on a quick eye view. That's what I can say.
Maybe lastly on this, you are the overseer or the caretaker of the APSS in January and February
That's correct, ma'am.
when this is being incurred. I would, and correct me if I'm wrong, I would expect that you would have been informed about this, you should have been informed about this problem of additional sites having been added and so many, as it says in this email, and the effect of it on the budget, that you would be informed before Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is informed, because you are the caretaker at that time. You're the person responsible for that function. Is that a fair assessment?
That would be a fair assessment. I believe I am copied in most of these communications from the onset. But your assessment makes sense that because I was the caretaker, it happened under my watch to inform me to determine if I know anything about it or what can I say about it. So that is a fair assessment.
Thank you.
So you are now copied on this email. It's still early March. It doesn't seem like you did anything about it, because in this email, they're not just talking about the issue of ad hoc. They also mentioned that in the January month, 30 sites were added. In February, 6 sites were added. I don't see anywhere where you say, who authorized this? I never authorized this. How come I was not told about this?
Yes. The emails of 12 March, there was a flurry of emails. By the time I saw the flurry of emails, was already at a point where the chief has already given instruction to Deputy Chief Spies to address the matter. We consulted one another, but verbally. I didn't respond to the email. It was overtaken already by events. So you wouldn't see any response from me on the 12th March flurry of emails.
Yeah, but the instruction to Spies is that ad hoc services must be cancelled.
Yes.
It does not talk to what was added in January and February, and who added it and why, where did they get authority to do that, which is your issue. Spies' issue is cancel all ad hoc services.
Yes.
And he sends the email, they ask for an official letter, he sends it at the end of June. You are saying, while you were the head of this division, exercising supervisory authority, these two things happened. In January, 30 sites that you know nothing of were added. In February, 6 sites that you know nothing of were added.
Correct.
You must account for what happened in the past, not what Spies is going to do going forward. How come you didn't say to those below you, I want a full report on this. Who authorized this? How did it happen? I mean, the fact that Spies only knows about the allocations, specifically the ones to Gubis, he becomes aware when he sends the official letter in June. And Gubis then shows him all these documents. That's later in the year. But you in March know that sites have been added and people who added them did not have authority and they did not consult you. But you don't seem to have taken that up with either Malachi or any of the people below him.
No, I have not. At that period of time, as you know yourself, Commissioners, I was not anymore the caretaker. Spies has taken over. So all the functionality of possible investigations even though it's invoices coming from the previous months, he looked into that. He gave evidence to that. I'm not sure if that is part of the investigation that was done. I believe so. And then later the information came out as to exactly what transpired. But I take your point.
Yeah,
I understand.
My point is that it happened under your watch, and you seem to have washed your hands and said, oh, because peace is there now, he will deal with it. It's no longer my problem.
It's unfortunate that it seems that way, but I hear your view.
Do you understand my
I
concern?
understand, Commissioner.
Perhaps just to add on that, Commissioner Bolhayes, you did testify earlier on that you prepared a handover report to SPIS. Would that report have included this information about the allocation as per email by Commissioner Umashi Dlamini?
No, it would not, and it did not. It covered basically the information collated up to late February, towards end of February. But at that stage, I didn't know about any of the ad hoc sites, so it's not part of the report. The report, can't remember exactly when it was handed over. I think it was the second week or third week of March, but it would have concluded with the information that I had up to end of February only. New information that surfaced in March would have been dealt with Deputy Chief Spies. I have to just stress to the commissioners that from the onset that Deputy Police Commissioner Spies was appointed, there was an ongoing consultative process between the Chief of Police, myself, and Deputy Chief Spies on an ongoing basis. Many consultative processes where we sat, spoke about things, looked at strategies, gave feedback, advised him where to look, what to do, as he was still new to the city. So it was not just a case where the chief or me or others just washed our hands and stood back. I know it comes across that way, but it's definitely not the case.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I missed your answer as to the question, why did you forward the request by the CFO, Mr. Mnisi, to Mr. Dlamini? I think I might have missed that.
For the simple reason that any financial matters must go through his division. So even though as the staff officer, I write certain documents with financial implications, and it's signed off by the Chief of Police, and maybe even checked, I'm using an example, maybe even checked by Deputy Police Commissioner Dlamini, when those documents are returned and when it must come into effect, the financial part of it, it will go to Deputy Chief Dlamini and to the Finance Office. So it had to go there.
And did you support the upliftment of the budget or the request for additional funding? If the two concepts are not confused, did you support that?
I supported the upliftment of funds for security services because, as mentioned earlier in my testimony, the shortfalls every year on the budget process for security services was a common thing that we've experienced. So we knew from the onset that we're going to have to ask for additional funds and ask for upliftment funds or go through the adjustment budget and secure funds that way. So yes, I fully supported the upliftment of funds. I did not support and still do not support the asking for additional funds for ad hoc services, because I've explained in detail a few times now that although in my stint there wasn't a written process, now there is. A request must come from a department. There must be a process. Everyone that's supposed to know should know. Then a decision is made. Then the money is allocated from wherever, whether it's from a client department or whether it's from our budget, etc., etc. So I don't support that, and I still don't support it.
Thank you. Chair, we are done. The last paragraph, it's really up to Mr. Spies, Commissioner Bolles, to make any closing remarks over and above what is stated at his paragraph 54 of the statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a closing remark. I think it's important that you know and understand my views of all of this. So I'm reading from my statement, paragraph 54. I am appalled at the corruption taking place in the city of Tshwane, and for that matter, at most municipalities and government departments. We are public servants, and it is expected of us to be loyal, ethical, and serve our people. I will continue to be a good and honest public servant. May God help me. May God help us all. Thank you.
Mr. Musigiri, is that it from your side?
That's it, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Chief, thank you very much for
Thank you,
your testimony.
Commissioners.
You are excused. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.